Chapter 1, An Impossible Start. That person said to just kill him. Just make sure to leave the body intact. Chi Shu woke to a splitting headache. The icy rain had turned his face deathly pale. He kept his eyes closed, but he could feel several invisible, murderous forces surging toward him all at once. On instinct, he exhausted the last of his special ability to throw up a shield and strike back. Thud. A quick succession of bodies hit the ground. Gasping for air, Chi Shu used the wall to haul himself up. He wiped the rain from his face, finally getting a clear look at the men on the ground, a few burly, rank spiritual power users. That person they'd mentioned was likely the Earl's true young master, the one who wanted the original owner dead. The original owner, who had managed to escape several pursuits, had finally been caught this time. Chi Shu had barely transmigrated, and had almost died again. Pushing through the discomfort. He fumbled in his spatial button for an electronic mask and put it on. His features instantly changed completely. He processed the original owner's memories as he hugged the wall, dragging himself away, his feet heavy as lead. There were no surveillance orbs patrolling this area. Chi Shu felt zero guilt for the men on the ground. He had simply given them a taste of their own medicine. Had used the mental control ability had brought with him from his world. If those men weren't dead, they'd be drooling, half-dead wrecks no different from being dead. After he turned into an alley in the slums, a patrol alarm sounded in the sky behind him. Chi Shu's heart hammered in suspense. He gritted his teeth and sped up, plunging deeper into the alley's darkness. At this point, Chi Shu couldn't afford to be scared. His only thought was to escape and find a safe place to lie low. In the darkness, Chi Shu stumbled forward on instinct. The rain, which had been falling for who knows how long, suddenly stopped. His special ability was downgraded and depleted, leaving him exhausted. He saw a square doorway formed by blue light in the distance, getting closer, flickering with the words Lee City. The paths to Lee City were numerous and interconnected, with several non-fixed entrances. It was a place to escape pursuit. Although it only said Lee City, it was actually the black market of Pulin Star, a place even the Star administration couldn't control. Chi Shu finally let out a breath of relief and stepped into the black market. The market was dimly lit. People wore strange clothes, most wore electronic masks, cloaks, and hats. He felt awful being soaking wet. After entering, he immediately found a relatively clean restroom to change into inconspicuous clothes, then went out and blended into the black market crowd. Here, you could find wanted criminals guilty of heinous crimes, as well as disguised nobles looking to snag rare goods. Chi Shu expressionlessly drank a tube of plastic saccharin-flavored nutrient solution to replenish his energy. The taste was, admittedly, much better than the expired canned food from the apocalypse. He decided to stay here for a while before leaving. He found a chair by an inconspicuous stall, sat down, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. However, his mind couldn't relax. The overlapping memories were pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Through these memories, he finally realized he had transmigrated into Dawnbreak, the only BL novel he had read back in the apocalypse. This book was plot-driven, with few romantic scenes. Chi Shu believed the downside of reading too many novels was that you forget one as soon as you read the next. He often didn't even remember the protagonists' full names. He only remembered the original owner's story because they shared the exact same name. He had no idea where the novel's main romantic leads were. He couldn't remember much else about Dawnbreak, only that the original owner was cannon fodder, existing only to enrich the protagonist's experiences. Because his soul and the body were continuously merging, Chi Shu felt a throbbing headache. He rubbed his temples hard to alleviate the pain, planning to sort through the original owner's memories first. The original owner was a child who grew up being constantly manipulated and gaslit by the Earl and his wife. He couldn't fight back against the domestic abuse. Before entering the academy on the Capital Star, his terminal was often confiscated, preventing him from going online. He had very little contact with the outside world. Whenever he did get online, he would cling to his fiancée, the only person from the outside he could contact. As soon as the true young master returned, the original owner was made the scapegoat for many things, including, but not limited to, damaging the true young master's mecha, feeding the true young master allergenic food, and pushing the true young master out of a hover car. The adoptive parents used this as a reason, claiming they were greatly disappointed in him. They demanded that the just adult original owner repay all the money spent on raising him. The true young master schemed on the side, having a loan company associated with the Earl's house give the original owner a loan, which was then used to repay the Earl's family. Never mind all that, Chi Shu, having just transmigrated, couldn't believe the facts. He opened his eyes, stubbornly opened his quantum terminal, and looked. Debt, 3 billion star coins. Installment plan, 300 years. Okay. All hope was officially dead. In his last life, he hated owing anyone even 30 yuan. This time, he owed 3 billion. The average lifespan in the interstellar era was about 500 years. He would have to work tirelessly for 300 years to pay it back. And if he couldn't, he'd be dragged off to a desolate planet for hard labor. You know what, just send me back to the apocalypse. Really, even the zombies were cuter than this. Chi Shu used to think people on Earth who could take out a 30-year mortgage were awesome. The interstellar era just hits you with a 300-year, no collateral loan. They sure knew how to play. They really knew how to play. He rubbed his face bitterly. Suddenly, he felt that maybe expired canned food tasted better. Maybe, if he just went to sleep, he'd wake up back in the apocalypse. This all had to be fake. Not until a passerby, not watching their step, trod on his foot and quickly apologized several times, did he have to face reality. He hugged his legs and couldn't stop a small sob. For a moment, Chi Shu didn't know who was more pathetic, himself or the original owner. After the original owner incurred the massive debt, he overheard that the Earl's family hadn't mistakenly switched the children at all. It was deliberately arranged by the Earl. The original owner's biological parents were originally the richest people on Pulan Star, and the true young master had also been living a life of luxury. Later, the couple's company ran into trouble. On the way to being exiled to a mining planet, the husband and wife both committed suicide. Only then did the true young master get cosmetic surgery and return to the Earl's family. The Earl's plan was for the true young master to inherit the couple's company, but who knew things would turn out like this? The Earl and the true young master felt their efforts had been completely futile, and they ended up taking their anger out on the original owner. When the original owner overheard this, he was accidentally discovered. After he was kicked out, the true young master worried he would expose the matter and ruin the Earl's reputation, so he secretly sent people to hunt him down. In the end, the original owner really was killed by them. Chi Shu, having transmigrated, stared blankly at the sky. This truly was an impossible start. The original owner was infamous on the StarNet, ranked dead last in his school exams, and had an great spiritual power. His fiancé, Slade, the son of a duke and the only one who could have helped, had fallen for the true young master instead. After breaking the engagement, he got engaged to the true young master. Until the day he died, the original owner never understood why he had to suffer so much when he hadn't done anything wrong. The cannon fodder original owner was just a small part of the story. A year after his death, the novel's protagonist the show brought his subordinates to Pulan Star to investigate secretly. He found proof that the Earl's true young master had hired assassins to kill the original owner. Even when the truth came out, the original owner never received a single apology from those who had cyberbullied him. The most infuriating part was that the murderer, the true young master, was never actually punished. He found a clone to serve his prison sentence for him. Chi Shu trembled with rage. Living in the original owner's body, he wanted to do something for him, but he couldn't right now. He even wanted to go back to the apocalypse. Qi Shu was just glad his electronic mask still had a few uses left. He had to at least wait until the special ability head brought over had recovered a bit before he could avenge the original owner. Interstellar law for a moment, Qi Shu didn't want to follow it at all. He wanted to go slaughter them all. Just to extinguish the rage burning in this Buddha's heart. The people nearby didn't know why, but they suddenly felt the weather turn a bit chilly and couldn't help but shrink their necks. Chapter 2, A Desperate Gamble. Snapping back to reality, Qi Shu looked around the black market. He wanted to find something to trade for an anonymous quantum terminal, but the original owner's entire assets consisted of 3 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, 1 electronic mask, and 2 tubes of nutrient solution. That's it? That's really it? Qi Shu rooted through his spatial button for a long time, but that was all he found. Qi Shu. Forget it. I should get something to eat before I can think about anything else. Just then, the owner of the stall in front of him started arguing with a customer. Qi Shu was so close, it was impossible not to overhear. Boss, your star cards are way too expensive. This medium-level population card only summons 20 people for 2 minutes, according to the skill display. And all they do is pick their noses. How are they supposed to fight? And you're selling it for 150,000. Why don't you just rob me? It'd be faster. And this medium-level energy card. It only powers a mecha for 2 minutes. The fight's over before you even get into it. And you're charging 200,000 for this. I'm rich, not stupid. The card master boss, wearing a black robe, said coldly, take it or leave it. If you're not buying, get lost. In today's interstellar society, card masters were the rarest profession. High-level card masters had very high spiritual power and mostly worked for the royal family or the military. Some also taught at academies. Freelance card masters were walking hotcakes, especially popular in the black market. Star cards first appeared 3,000 years ago. Specifically for troops without spiritual power. High-level star cards could even contend with shrank spiritual power users. Later, after the war ended, the high spiritual power rulers, wanting to control resources and centralize power, nearly slaughtered all the card masters. But after wiping out the card masters, they didn't get interstellar peace. Instead, they got an invasion from the Zerg army, which caused catastrophic casualties, killing half the population and soldiers. This painful historical lesson taught them the importance of card masters. In short, whether you were a spiritual power user or not, anyone in combat wanted the help of star cards. A star card could buy you time to escape death, or help you land a fatal blow to win. Interstellar law clearly stipulated that the status of a star card was equivalent to that of a mecha. However, the people who could make them were few and far between. Even highly talented individuals couldn't produce many high-level star cards in a year. This was why the boss selling medium-level star cards could be so arrogant. If you don't want it, someone else will. Me. I want it, I want it. Boss, got any more? I want one too. If he doesn't want it, he'll take it. Who cares if they pick their noses? Don't be mad, boss. I don't care if those 20 guys show up while taking a crap. Exactly. Only 200,000, that's so cheap. The boss is nice for not raising the price. Qi Shu's expression was complicated. He watched the boss put the star cards into transparent boxes. Just as he was internally complaining about how easy it was for the boss to make money, his sharp gaze swept over the cards. In that instant, he froze. Wait, the characters on this star card weren't these just the traditional version of the block characters from his homeland? They were just written like caterpillar tracks, crooked and sloppy. If you didn't look closely, you'd never recognize them. This was the traditional Chinese version of 20 people nose-picking. Qi Shu felt like he was dreaming. Card masters were just people who wrote traditional characters. This was too fucking ridiculous. But it made sense, no wonder. In the interstellar history the original owner remembered, many card masters had black hair and black eyes. After tens of thousands of years, the interstellar common tongue had spread. There was almost no one left who could recognize simplified block characters, let alone traditional ones. The original owner had been strictly controlled by the Earl's family, every move was watched. Had never come into contact with star cards. Under the Earl's guidance, his major at the academy was culinary arts. No wonder Chi Shu had zero knowledge in this area. Laughing? What are you laughing at, brother? The man who had just been pushed out of the crowd, the one with a black snake wrapped around his neck, walked over. Chi Shu hadn't even realized the corners of his mouth had turned up. He just felt like he had seen a glimmer of hope. No, I wasn't laughing at you, Chi Shu replied casually, his special ability instinctively probing the man for any malicious intent. His gaze lingered on the black snake. He had a feeling this guy was not to be trifled with. Good you weren't mocking me, or I wouldn't have let you off. The snakeman said fiercely, turning to leave. Chi Shu thought for a second, then suddenly called out, "Hey, what kind of star card are you looking for? Attack type? Or energy type?" The snakeman thought Chi Shu had connections. His voice instinctively dropped. He pulled Chi Shu into a less crowded corner and asked, "You got the goods?" "No. But I can try." Chi Shu unconsciously took a step back, getting away from the snake. In truth, he had nothing. At best. This was a gamble. If he won, he won. If he lost, the worst that could happen was getting beaten up. Surely no one would kill him just for wasting a little time and a few star coins worth of base cards. The base cards used for making star cards weren't rare metal, you could buy them anywhere in the galaxy, so they were cheap. You. The snakeman sized up the black-haired, black-eyed boy, then scanned his spiritual power. Next to nothing. He didn't know if he should waste these few minutes. But the black market was a place full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Maybe. Yes, me. Chi Shu, who didn't know where his next meal was coming from, gave a slight smile. Fine. Let's give it a try. Then can you buy me a base card and a spiritual power conversion pen? The original owner had almost no spiritual power. But Chi Shu's special ability had recovered a tiny bit after the rest. He felt that concentrating and writing traditional characters probably wouldn't be hard. The hard part was whether it would work. Whatever. It was a desperate gamble. The snakeman wasn't short on cash. Seeing that Chi Shu seemed sincere and not just pulling his leg, he readily agreed. He even rented him a small workshop right there in the black market, 30 star coins an hour. Chi Shu was nervous when he received the golden, playing card-sized base card. He was already thinking that if he failed, had asked the big brother to at least avoid hitting his face. Stop dawdling. Hurry up, I need to get dinner. The snakeman urged him on, his expression clearly saying, "I'm playing along, so don't you dare disappoint me." Chi Shu swallowed, picked up the conversion pen, and slowly injected his spiritual power into the tip. Ding! The connection broke. Can you do this or not? The snakeman felt like had really been duped. Don't tell him this kid didn't even have spiritual power. Chi Shu, wait. I just wasn't concentrating. His forehead was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. He fought through his bodhi's discomfort, slowly activating a tiny thread of his newly recovered special ability, and daringly waved it in front of the man. He saw that the man didn't seem to notice the special ability. So, he turned his back, blocking the man's view, and boldly channeled the special ability into the conversion pen. This time, there was no ding. Chapter 3, focused on getting out. When making cards, card masters had to concentrate fully. Whatever symbols appeared in their minds, they wrote. They mistook traditional characters for some kind of symbol, and in the minds of most card masters, star cards could only be created randomly. Chi Shu was no exception. The words that suddenly surfaced in his mind were, 100 people farting. His hand, moving as smoothly as flowing water, unconsciously wrote the traditional version of these characters. Ah! Could he say this wasn't on purpose? The guy wanted an attack card. How could he forget that? Chi Shu was already drenched in sweat. He had no idea if this card would even work, but he handed it over to the snakeman. The snakeman was stunned. He thought, this guy's writing actually looks legit. The symbols on this card are cleaner and better looking than that other card master's. He put on a glove, picked up the newly made star card, and placed it on the star card detector to play the effect. After watching, the snakeman turned, dumbstruck, to look at Chi Shu. Chi Shu had been observing how the detector worked. But after he saw the effect it displayed he was too embarrassed to watch. Is the stuff in my head really all just scatological humor? Chi Shu was so mortified his face felt like it was about to crack. Can I say that was a mistake? Holy shit. Brother. Are you a genius or something? Medium level. You don't look that old, and your spiritual power isn't strong, so how can you crank out a medium level star card without even blinking? You have to keep this a secret, or you'll be in for it later. Some of those powerful types just love to enslave card masters. Chi Shu's arm was in his grip, and the man's snake was getting closer and closer, practically hissing in his face. Sorry, this kind of card is still. I see this card lasts 3 minutes, and it's medium level. I'll give you 200,000 for it, market price. The snakeman was genuinely satisfied with this card. It was way more useful than those 20 nose-picking guys. He was already imagining how interesting tomorrow's match would be. He couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, releasing Chi Shu's shoulder. Brother, I'm so glad I struck up a conversation with you. Right, how should I pay you the star coins? Can you make more? Not today. I'm tapped. The bit of special ability had just stored up was completely drained. He hadn't expected his special ability could actually be used for card making. This was a welcome surprise. He originally thought he'd have to rely on this Boda's spiritual power, but its rank was too low. Alright then. But you really are incredible. So young and promising. Could I be so bold as to add your contact info? If you need any help, just ask. As long as it's within my power. Medium-level star cards could be made anonymously, so he didn't know this card master's name. He felt it was truly fate that they'd met. Head had a gut feeling that talking to this person might lead to something. He didn't expect to be right. Besides, he really didn't want to miss the chance to know this guy. In that case, could you help me get an anonymous terminal? And buy a ticket to the Capital Star. These two things shouldn't be hard to get, they sold them on the black market. The cost could be deducted from the card's price. The original owner's terminal was too deep in debt. Any money transferred in would just be seized. The snakeman was slightly stunned but didn't ask too many questions. He not only took Chi Shu to buy an anonymous terminal but also transferred 200,000 into it. Finally, he helped him buy a spaceship ticket to the Capital Star for the next afternoon from a scalper. Chi Shu. The interstellar era also has scalpers. Thank you. I'm really grateful. No problem. Let's add each other on the anonymous terminal, yeah. Okay. Chi Shu, in truth, still hadn't recovered from the mental image of 100 people farting. Thinking about it. He felt he had no right to laugh at those 20 nosepickers. The snakeman was still buzzing with excitement. The odds of meeting a card master outside the Capital Star were lower than meeting an A-list celebrity. Chi Shu had no idea how happy he was to know someone who could make star cards. This meant that in the future, if this brother had cards, he'd be the first to know. He raised his wrist terminal and tapped it against Chi Shu's new terminal bracelet twice. Chi Shu, still a bit clumsy, accepted the friend request. That 200,000 I'll pay you back as soon as I can, Chi Shu said, thanking him seriously once more. His situation was so difficult, and he was so lucky. The black market was full of vicious criminals, yet had managed to meet someone like the snakeman, who was willing to trust him. No, no. Helping you wasn't for free. In the future, if you have star cards, just remember to think of me first. Don't worry about paying me back. Consider it a gift. The terminal and the spaceship ticket the snakeman had bought already cost more than 200,000 star coins. Adding the 200,000 he transferred, he had effectively paid double. Okay. I will. Chi Shu's body felt weak and drained. After saying goodbye to the snakeman, he found a black unlicensed hotel in the market to stay in. This was the interstellar era, after all, cleaning robots were everywhere, so the environment wasn't too bad. Overall, it was passable. After taking a shower and drinking another tube of nutrient solution, Chi Shu fell onto the bed and passed out. Meanwhile, Su Baiyan, the Earl's true young master, had already learned that the men sent to kill Chi Shu had their spiritual seas destroyed. They would all be imbeciles for the rest of their lives. Not only would he have to pay compensation, but had also have to support this group of brain-damaged fools. He was so furious that he smashed everything in his room. He could only vent his anger online, fabricating a few more rumors about Chi Shu running away from home and eloping with someone. He refused to believe that Chi Shu, a cornered, low spiritual power piece of trash, would find anyone willing to save him. If he dared to run, had better not get caught. Otherwise he would definitely kill that waste. After posting on StarNet, his fans immediately flooded the comments to comfort him. Anan, don't be scared. It's good that the vicious guy ran away. Now he can't bully you anymore. So the reason his engagement was broken was actually because he cheated? That's disgusting. Poor Anan. The fiancé was yours to begin with. Besides, Slade is the son of a duke. Chi Shu was never worthy. His real parents were just commoners. That poison King Chi sucked your family dry and then ran off without paying his debts. The Earl's family is truly magnanimous. The next morning, Chi Shu bought some more nutrient solution on the black market, picked up 2 more sets of inconspicuous clothes, and put on his mask in front of a mirror. He saw a face identical to his in his previous life, but had no time to dwell on it. He hurried to the spaceport. When he showed his black market ticket, the inspector conducting the routine check led him to a relatively narrow single-person cabin. It had a bed, a shower, and a toilet, but he wasn't allowed to leave. Spaceships willing to take the legal risk would often carry stowaways like him, who were trying to evade pursuit. They would clear out cargo holds for them to stay in. The rushed Chi Shu was in no mood to appreciate the view of the spaceport. His mind was just focused on getting out. Chapter 4, House Hunting. His purpose for going to the capital star was simple. First, the public security was good. Second, the academy was about to start, and the true young master, Su Baiyan, would also be attending, but this bastard would be coming alone. The original owner was dead. If Chi Shu couldn't kill that guy, he would at least make his life miserable. Of course, interstellar law could be obeyed. It could also be used. Chi Shu, having woken up to find he couldn't return to the apocalypse, could only find his own path forward. On the second day of the spaceship's journey, the snakeman sent a victory report. He said he'd entered a competition and won $1 million in prize money using Chi Shu's card. He also said using the card was incredibly fun and satisfying. After that, the snakeman sent him a link. He clicked it and discovered not only had the snakeman's opponent been gassed to the point of vomiting, but even the live audience hadn't been spared. The comments under the video were a victim's memoir. Which card master created this bioweapon? I wasn't paying attention and took a deep breath. Disaster. An epic level disaster. The card master who made this, are you okay? This is the first time I've ever wanted to beat up a card master. Humanity's joys and sorrows are not universal. I never thought I'd get attacked just by watching a match. That smell could even penetrate our spiritual power shields and attack us. Disgusting. I won't describe the smell, but it's just disgusting. 100 people farting. Which card master is so twisted? Can't his brain think of something normal? Chi Shu guiltily closed the screen. Could he say it wasn't intentional? He was really just following the formula. After all, the first star card he ever saw was 20 people nose-picking. Snakeman, sending you another 200,000. I'm so happy today. I finally won back my losses. Chi Shu, no need. Just as he was about to transfer it back, the Snakeman suddenly reminded him. Snakeman, rent on the capital star is pretty expensive. With that money, after food and drinks, you probably won't even last a month. Chi Shu. Wait, is the inflation in the interstellar era this bad? Snakeman, it's mainly because the capital star is where all the nobles and royalty gather. Every inch of land is worth a fortune. Chi Shu felt his life was too hard. He knew the capital star was expensive, but 400,000 not lasting a month. That was insane. Just the day before, he was in the apocalypse using his control ability to make zombies farm for him. Today, he was worrying about the interstellar cost of living. 3 days later, the spaceship finally arrived at the skyport high above the capital star. The port was dense with docked spaceships, and the port corridors spread out like a spider's web. Chi Shu followed the directions to take an airship to District 23. He had learned from the StarNet these past few days that for renting on the capital star, the place with the best cost-performance ratio, proximity to the academy, and best security was District 23. The capital star was massive, 100 times the size of Earth, and divided into 100 districts. The planet's surface was roughly 1/3 land, 1/3 ocean, and 1/3 glacier. Chi Shu sat on the airship, gazing out at the vast, open land. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Facing this impossible start of a new life, he actually felt a little flicker of anticipation. Dear passengers, we are arriving at District 23 shortly. Please take all your personal belongings to avoid leaving anything behind. The airship's smart system began to broadcast. After getting off the airship, he had to take a hover car down to the surface to look for a place. Chi Shu checked his body. His special ability had recovered to less than 1/10. But it was barely enough. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his immediate safety. The interstellar era had a complex mix of species. The people on the airship included beastmen and humans. Chi Shu occasionally probed them with his special ability and found they truly couldn't see or feel it. He relaxed considerably. After reaching the District 23 transit hall, Chi Shu used the advanced terminal ride-hailing system. Within 15 seconds, he was in a driverless hover car. He realized, with some delay, how remarkably stable his emotions were. Had managed to get this far without batting an eye. If his body wasn't in such poor shape, he'd probably be buzzing with energy, wanting to explore everywhere. 3 minutes later, the hover car dropped him on the ground floor of the rental center. It was about 3 p.m., and the light was a bit harsh. He sat on the back of a rental robot, like riding in a horse-drawn carriage, and went to find a house. It was the interstellar age. A robot taking him house hunting was perfectly reasonable. Chi Shu wasn't even surprised. As for why he didn't just book online, to avoid getting scammed, Chi Shu finally chose a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, about 40 square meters, very close to a physical supermarket. The rent was 10,000 a month, with 3 months deposit and 3 months rent up front. He was out 60,000 star coins in one go. A day later, he finally understood what the snakeman meant about his money not lasting a month. He was tired of the nutrient solution and went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. The groceries were ridiculously expensive. 2 cucumbers actually cost 1,000 star coins. On second thought, it made sense. The Randall star region had very few agricultural planets capable of growing crops or raising livestock. Many planets either had poor soil or unsuitable climates. And some were plagued by high winds. The only reason food had been passed down at all was thanks to the seed banks humanity had prepared before the Great Catastrophe. Otherwise, they'd have nothing to eat. Food could be passed down, but the block characters couldn't. It was likely due to the fusion of interstellar society. Now, the Empire, the Federation, and even the Zerg all used the interstellar common tongue. It was simple, easy to understand, and uncomplicated, but also very monotonous. After going to the supermarket, buying daily necessities, and seeing a beastman get into a fight with another beastman, Chi Shu left, satisfied. He went home and ate a raw cucumber. It was crisp and sweet, a little better than the nutrient solution. At least it made him feel somewhat full. Now that he had a place to stay and had gotten some sleep, Chi Shu finally opened the StarNet and logged into the original owner's account. Sure enough, after he left, Su Baiyan had started weaving new stories, claiming he had run away from home and eloped with someone. Chi Shu smiled and him, "Why major in mecha? Screenwriting suits you." "Ah, no, it suits your whole family." The old Chi Shu had never dared to speak out online. The moment the new Chi Shu logged on, he immediately clapped back in front of the entire StarNet. This ambiguous statement left a lot of room for interpretation. After all, up to this point, it had just been Su Baiyan's side of the story, all talk. The netizens weren't all idiots, some of them were already sniffing out that something was wrong. However, Chi Shu wasn't done. He had a good signal, plenty of time, and the energy for it, so he started scrolling through the posts, one by one. Regarding the elopement post, Chi Shu him, "What, your dad didn't come home one night last month? Was he out selling himself?" Speculation. Anyone can do that. Regarding Su Baiyan's passive-aggressive post about Chi Shu being dumped and abandoned, Chi Shu him, "Yep, he was already sleeping with you before he and I broke off the engagement. You two are a match made in heaven. I'm not worthy of a duke's son. How can a mere Frank like me compare to a Brank like you, who got there by chugging potions?" Regarding Chi Shu owing the Earl's family money, Chi Shu him, "As for the Earl's house conspiring with a loan company to extort 3 billion from me, we can only discuss that in court." Chapter 5, Mecha performs a striptease. He posted 3 in a row, but Chi Shu wasn't the least bit afraid. He was on the capital star now, a place where titled nobles were a dime a dozen. The Earl's family from Pulan Star didn't have the reach to touch him here. This was exactly why Chi Shu had waited until he arrived to strike back. Less than 3 minutes after Chi Shu posted on StarNet, Su Baiyan's fans swarmed the comments like flies. "You have no proof. Is Chi Shu starting to tell blatant lies? Slander. Rumors. Su Chi Shu. Such foul language. What, your dad? Isn't the Earl your dad? How can you talk about your dad like that? A Brank from potions, at least it's still AB. What right doesn't Frank like you have to criticize him? It's all your fault anyway. You stole his resources. What extortion? What nonsense? Don't we all know how high the Earl's family's reputation is?" Chi Shu laughed after reading them. He posted a single reply to all of them. Over the past few days, Chi Shu's soul and the original owner's body had been gradually merging, and the memories were becoming clearer. It turned out the original owner had been this miserably screwed over. Chi Shu wasn't the type to swallow his anger. Even if he couldn't get revenge immediately, he would absolutely not just bottle it up. Drugged and delirious. The original owner had been threatened into signing the agreement. If he hadn't woken up early and overheard Su Baiyan and his adoptive mother, he never would have realized it was all a scam. Chi Shu's posts caused a huge uproar on the StarNet. He didn't respond any further. He tried to contact a lawyer, but no one would take his case. The case was too controversial. The Earl, after all, still held his title. Any ordinary lawyer who went to BL would just be disposed of on the quiet. Qi Shu wasn't surprised by this. But if he couldn't find a lawyer, the Earl's family could forget about having an easy time. Qi Shu's counterattack came like a tornado wrapped in a rainstorm, sweeping through the entire Earl's household. Su Baiyan was so furious that he smashed everything in his room, leaving it a total wreck. Damn Qi Shu, why didn't I just strangle him in his sleep? How dare he spout such nonsense online? Does he have someone helping him? He dares to defy me. Both Earl Su and the Countess were on edge all day. They never imagined that Qi Shu would actually expose this. They had no idea if Baiyan's engagement to Slade, the Duke's son, would be affected. More and more dissenting voices were appearing on the Starnet. Many netizens were starting to grow suspicious of the Earl's family. Qi Shu is arrogant and domineering, always buying this and that. It's normal for him to spend money. But on BL, which is considered a remote area, he could spend 3 billion. I don't believe it. Qi Shu is only 20. He just came of age, and they're making him take out a loan to pay them back. The Earl's family really couldn't wait. Hard to say. Some people are just bullying Qi Shu because he has no biological parents and no backing, right? Of course, a contingent of Su Baiyan's diehard fans were holding their ground. I don't believe it. A person as vicious as Qi Shu, I don't believe a single word he says. The Earl's family's old official account used to celebrate Qi Shu's birthday every year. I believe the Earl isn't the type to bully a child. Baiyan had it so hard before, he had to live stream to earn money and support his family. My God, the comparison is making me feel so sorry for Anan again. After that, Su Baiyan hired another wave of water army paid trolls to drown out all the comments that were unfavorable to the Earl's family. The feed didn't calm down until late that night. Qi Shu didn't have time to look. He was busy making star cards. From studying on the Starnet the past few days, he had learned. Basic star card, 3 symbols. Medium star card, 5 symbols. High-level star card, 7 symbols. Top-level star card, 10 symbols. High-level and top-level star cards could not be anonymous. That was the rule. The so-called symbols were actually traditional Chinese characters. The people of the interstellar era didn't understand and mistook them for runes. No matter how hard archaeologists searched, they'd never find their way back to Earth, which had long since vanished into the glittering galaxy. After several days of research, Qi Shu felt this whole thing was pure metaphysics. It was like a grandmaster ancestor had possessed him. In that instant, his brain and hand were completely out of his control. He felt his way through the process once more, gripped the pen, and began to gather his power. This time, he was focusing on a combat-type star card. Please, anything but another one of those disgusting, awkward cards. Following his powerful, flowing movements, he once again completed a star card. And then he froze. He stared. He was seriously about to have a breakdown. Why was it that the more you tried to avoid something, the more certain it was to happen? There on the table, clear as day, was the traditional character version of Mecha performs a striptease. This was clearly a high-level star card, and Qi Shu absolutely did not want to sign his name on the back. What kind of bad karma was this? Why? He was starting to be afraid of making high-level star cards. But his hand was uncontrollable. If only I could find a way to restore my special abilities level, he thought sadly. If it were strong enough, I should be able to control this, right? After all, it's a mental control ability. He took out the 50,000 coin star card detection and playback device, slotted the card in, and watched as a virtual mecha began to disassemble itself. Well, that works, I guess. Besides, nobody could read the words anyway. Chi Shu's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He sent a picture of the card and the detection video to the snakeman, asking if he was interested. He didn't know if the snakeman was asleep. Chi Shu sighed. Just as he was preparing to deal with selling the card tomorrow, a voice call came through from him. Master Chi. You're too damn strong. You actually made a high-level star card. Your hidden spiritual power must be shrank, right? The last time I saw you, I could tell you had this powerful aura. After listening to the snakeman gush for a full 3 minutes, Chi Shu finally couldn't help but interrupt, are you buying it, or not? High-level star cards were in a completely different league from medium level. A typical attack-type card went for around 1.5 million. Aside from top-level cards, most star cards were single-use consumables, so a price tag over $1 million was just right. Yes. But I'm not the one buying. My older brother said he wants it. He's about to compete in the regional league. With this card, he's guaranteed a win. Chapter 6, I've never seen this type of star card. Chi Shu didn't know the pricing. After he added the snakeman's brother, a fiery red fox avatar popped into his contact list. The guy immediately messaged him asking if it was real. Chi Shu sent him the same photo and detection video. Little Red Fox, thank you so much. This is exactly the star card I need. And this skill set is awesome. Little Red Fox, I'll pay you 2 million. In the future, could you please consider selling to me and Little Black first? Little Black was the snakeman, the black snake was his spiritual body. Chi Shu only put that together later. In the eyes of Little Black and Little Red, he was basically a cheat code. That's why they were practically begging to latch onto him. Chi Shu understood their excitement. After all, star cards and mecha could be used at the same time. It was even legal. So, using a star card wasn't shameful at all, in fact, it was highly encouraged. Chi Shu thought for a moment and replied, I'm on the capital star. I don't know if it can be delivered on time. Little Red Fox, don't worry, don't worry. I'm here too. I'll send you the address. Thank you, you're an angel. Chi Shu was already immune to their over-the-top compliments and didn't know what to say. Remembering he couldn't be anonymous, he immediately registered as a card master on the Starnet. There weren't many hurdles, he just had to upload a video of himself successfully making a card. If the automated review passed, the registration was successful. The automated review only took a minute. When he received the 2 million, his hand still trembled slightly. He never imagined he'd actually make this much money from card making. He couldn't help but feel grateful to his past self for learning traditional characters just to write Spring Festival couplets. Little Red also sent him a live stream link, saying his match was tomorrow afternoon. He was piloting Mecha 33, Blazing Fire. Chi Shu promised to make time to watch, then placed an order for a robot courier to deliver the card. The address Little Red gave was in the district right next to his. Then again, next door on the capital star was still half the size of Earth away. Of course, delivery was incredibly fast now. Less than 5 minutes after he sent it, Little Red confirmed receipt. The next morning, Chi Shu woke up in a daze, momentarily unable to remember who or where he was. Had been here 2 days and was adapting quickly. To improve his physical condition and restore his special ability, he needed to exercise. There was no one running in the nearby park. Because most people exercised by lying in game pods. They'd come out of the pods drenched in sweat. Chi Shu couldn't afford a pod right now. He needed to save his money to hire a lawyer. Repaying that 3 billion was impossible. Make him pay it? Had rather wait until he was strong enough, storm back to Pulin Star, and blow the Earl's house to Kingdom Come. Besides, he wasn't worried about finding evidence. His special ability was mental control. It could attack the brain without leaving a trace. Whether he obeyed interstellar law or not was entirely up to him. He ran lap after lap, pushing past his limits. Finally, he slowed to a stop, went back to his apartment to shower, and headed to the supermarket for food. He still hated the nutrient solution. He'd treat himself today. He bought 2 eggs. Natural food was an incredible luxury in the interstellar era. The costs of cultivation and transportation were enormous. So the high price of ingredients was normal. He bought 2 eggs and 2 tomatoes. When he paid, he managed not to even wince at the cost. Back home, he used a pot smaller than a helmet to scramble them, then ate the food with a spoon, straight from the pot, savoring every bite. When the time came that afternoon, he clicked the live stream link. Little Red was already preparing to enter the arena. His opponent was Mecha de Zhuang Mecha Big Strong. De Zhuang's mecha was, true to its name, massive. It was a heavy-class defensive model. Little Red's light-class mecha's attacks were like tickles, they weren't even scratching the paint. Little Red was getting anxious, but he didn't want to use his high-level star card just yet. So he started a war of attrition, trying to drain de Zhuang's energy. Beam cannons repeatedly grazed past blazing fire. Even the audience was holding its breath, afraid Little Red wouldn't make it. Little Red was getting exhausted. But he was still reluctant. If the other mecha used a star card first, then it wouldn't be a waste. Just as he was running for his life, de Zhuang suddenly went berserk, charging at him in an erratic, high-speed pattern. The arena floor shook as if from an earthquake. High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Hilaire for the divine assistance. He knew it. De Zhuang had used a star card. The audience figured Little Red was done for. De Zhuang was using a high-level star card, and its effect was obvious, it was designed to give the lumbering mecha a speed boost. Seeing de Zhuang's terrifying charge, Little Red could only dodge. Finally, at his limit, he slammed his own star card into the mecha's console slot and marked de Zhuang as the target. As the card activated, Qi Shu heard his own name over the arena broadcast. High-level star card activating. Thank you to Card Master Qi Shu for the divine assistance. Qi Shu. Thank God. At least they didn't read the skill name. After Little Red used his card, de Zhuang's mecha still in mid-charge suddenly began tearing itself apart. Its arms ripped off its own armor, piece by piece, until it was running naked. When the only thing left was the cockpit, which looked like a tiny pair of briefs, de Zhuang's pilot had a mental breakdown. He couldn't help but roar, which card master is so depraved? The people in the live stream chat just assumed the card master coincidentally had the same name. They didn't think it was that Qi Shu. After all, Qi Shu was famous for being frank trash. He was completely unqualified to make star cards. Oh my god, that's brutal, I've never seen this type of star card. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the stream. Because I'm in awe. He won just like that. Both sides used a cheat, but the red mecha's cheat was way too strong. With that card, it'd be hard to lose even if you tried. Little Red won without a shred of doubt, and the name Card Master Qi Shu began to trend on the Starnet. Because the name was identical to the protagonist of the recent gossip, some people wondered if they were the same person. But someone quickly stepped forward to refute it, absolutely impossible. It's not the Qi Shu from our school. His spiritual power is trash, and he was tested before freshman year. He has zero aptitude for card making. Qi Shu was unaware of this. He logged off and went back to pondering star cards. Maybe I should try a healing or repair type card this time. Every time he aimed for an attack card, it went completely sideways. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least the cards worked. If they had been totally useless, he'd be too embarrassed to sell them, even if the buyer wasn't. In the living room, Qi Shu stood at his dining table, which he had commandeered as a temporary workbench. He slowly gathered his special ability into his hand, muttering, repair card, repair card. Who knew what thought flashed through his mind, but the pen, seeming to stick to the base card, moved like a dragon, drawing several large traditional characters. Qi Shu stared, and his vision went black. Lick armpit to increase defense. Chapter 7, Congratulations, Mr. Qi Shu, on your successful match. No, seriously. He was a calm, self-possessed, mature, and dignified person. Why did he keep making these kinds of cards? Weren't the cards a card master made supposed to be similar to their personality? Huh. This was similar. And the worst part was, it was a high-level card. Qi Shu couldn't bear to lose the face, but he also couldn't bear to lose the money. In the end, he braced himself and tested the card. Seeing the results, he didn't know whether to be satisfied or apologetic. He just really didn't want to sign his name. However, if he didn't sign it, he'd be breaking the rules. Both the card master and the user would be fined. Qi Shu was still debating whether to sell this card when another message came in from Little Red. Little Red said he'd bet 2 million on himself and won big. His rank had risen, he was now 105th in the regional league. Little Red added that if Qi Shu kept making cards for him, and if he was lucky enough to get into the top 10, the tournament organizers would give the card master an identical cash prize as an incentive. The prize for the top 10, he'd heard, started at 50 million, enough to buy a small apartment on the capital star. Qi Shu was tempted. This was a league held across the capital star's 100 districts, and Little Red had already climbed to 105th. His skills couldn't be bad. Plus, Little Red would be paying him. This was a winning deal no matter how you looked at it. Although he didn't understand mecha, after watching Little Red's match, his gut told him to go for it. Besides, who wouldn't want to earn money from two sources? Little Red had only asked cautiously, never imagining Qi Shu would actually agree. He was floored. Card masters like Qi Shu, humble, low-key, and mild-mannered, were incredibly rare. At least, the ones he'd met were all arrogant pricks who looked down their noses at everyone. Qi Shu had no idea what was going through Little Red's head. After they settled the arrangement, he tossed over the defense card. Ah, whatever, he thought. Little Red is the one competing, not me. He consoled himself. On the other end, when Little Red saw the card a defense boost that lasted a full 10 minutes, his jaw nearly hit the floor. He'd never seen a mecha lick its armpit, but a mecha that licks its armpit and then gets a 3x defense boost. Wasn't that just ridiculously overpowered? Seriously, what kind of twisted genius was this Master Qi? This was too much. A master who could pump out high-level star cards 2 days in a row. There were only a handful of those in the entire galaxy. Just who was Qi Shu? His little brother had really hit the jackpot. For this card, don't give me more. Just the stable price of 1.5 million. I hope you'll do your best. Qi Shu had high hopes for Little Red. The price cut was to encourage him. Little Red was incredibly touched. He was determined to win the match in 2 days. This was basically a free win. With Qi Shu on his side, what was the difference between competing and just winning outright? The market record for a defense boost was only 5 minutes. Qi Shu's card lasted a full 10. Qi Shu didn't know what he was thinking, he didn't really understand the market rates. After his terminal balance hit 3.8 million, Qi Shu spent 500,000 to hire his own water army online. Guiding public opinion. Anyone could play that game. Things had only been quiet for a day. The Earl, thinking it was over, saw the new trend on the StarNet and his vision went black again. He looked closer, the screen was full of daggers. Looks like the Earl of Pulin Star is just going to play dead and not respond, huh? More like he doesn't dare admit it. Switched kids at birth. Who knows if there's an inside story? Besides, this is the interstellar age. How do you switch kids? It would have been discovered at the monthly checkups, right? Waiting until now? I don't believe there isn't an inside story. Can we report this? Report a certain earl for suspected child trafficking. Even if nobles have a lot of privileges, we commoners still have the right to report, don't we? You're telling me Chi Shu, a guy who's dead last in the whole school, is this ruthless and evil? You're killing me. That's so fake. And in Frank bullying a Brank? Isn't that hilarious? Even a dog wouldn't believe that lie, but somehow, some brain-dead dogs did. Hey! Don't drag dogs into this. We dog beast men will get sad. We doggies are very smart, okay? After reading a page of comments, the Earl was shaking with rage. Not because they were lying, but because they were right. He was terrified of being exposed, but at the same time, he had a strange confidence. After all, the cover-up back then had been watertight. They wouldn't be found out. Still, he couldn't rest easy. Because of the online chatter, his company's long-term partners were starting to waver. A few had already pulled out of their partnerships. Their unstable reputation would directly impact company profits. There were no friends in business, those people pulled out without a second thought. The Earl, frantic, wanted to contact Chi Shu and tell him to just bow his head and admit fault, and he, as his father, would forgive him. Who knew the kid had actually blocked him? This wouldn't do. He had to get Chi Shu back, and fast. For one, it would temporarily stabilize public opinion. For another, he planned to find a chance to teach this unfilial son a lesson. He used to be so well-behaved and obedient. How did he become like this, daring to oppose him? It was infuriating. Besides, he was confident the kid had no survival skills. All he knew was how to cook food that even star beasts wouldn't eat. Had probably come crawling back soon enough. At this thought, his anxiety eased a little. Dad, look at the star net. Why is everyone talking about us? We obviously didn't even do anything wrong. Su Bian frowned, furious. Though he acted obedient on the surface, he was dying to crush Chi Shu. It was all because of that pest. He was so perfectly stupid before, why did he suddenly wake up and learn how to fight back? Don't worry. Dad will handle it. You just hurry up and pack. School is about to start. The Earl patted his head, then once again sent people to investigate Chi Shu's whereabouts. He refused to believe the kid could have actually gotten off Pulan's star. It was another day of chaos for the Earl's household. Chi Shu, however, was in a great mood. He even went to the supermarket and bought milk, apples, and some beast meat, which was cheaper than vegetables. He bought a bit extra. Back at his apartment, before he could even start cutting the meat, the terminal on his wrist suddenly flashed repeatedly. Chi Shu. A regular message wouldn't cause this, would it? He opened his terminal, and a message from the Marriage Administration Bureau popped up on the light screen. Dear Mr. Chi Shu, hello. Due to an insufficient balance in your account, you failed to pay the singles tax on time. As you did not submit a supplementary payment to your household registration plan its official website within the 15-day grace period, the quantum network system automatically detected your gene fluctuation wavelength 7 days ago and submitted an application for marriage matching on your behalf. Chi Shu frowned, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Was it too late to fix this? A new message promptly seared his eyeballs. His brow twitched. Congratulations, Mr. Chi Shu, on your successful match. You are now the owner of a brand new, 100 destined partner. Chapter 8, The Kitten in the Box. Chi Shu's expression was no longer calm. Helpless and despairing, he frantically searched for an unsubscribe button, but there wasn't one. The original owner's terminal had always paid the tax automatically. But after the Earl's family cut him off, he had no money. He only got his terminal back after being forced into the loan. With 3 billion in debt, what balance was there to deduct from? The day Chi Shu transmigrated, he had just missed the final payment deadline. And he never thought about it. His memories were chaotic from the soul-body merge, he was busy escaping, and had even shielded his terminal signal on the spaceship. He had no time to think about it. When he finally turned it back on, his terminal's inbox was at 999, almost all of which were anonymous insults, so he hadn't bothered to read any of it. Chi Shu was completely dumbfounded. And who was this partner the quantum network matched him with? Their info was anonymous. He checked the person's profile. Nothing. Just. Age 26. Gender, male. Male. Chi Shu never even had a chance to date in his last life before the apocalypse hit. He didn't even know his own orientation. Had never been into anyone. Because he was extremely picky about looks, about character, about personality, and about that initial spark. In the end, he was his own worst critic, which is why he had been perpetually single. After the match, he checked the StarNet. The reason given for this situation was that the partner's status and power were too high, and their information couldn't be viewed without their consent. Chi Shu, the ultimate looks-obsessed person, felt they should at least give him some mental preparation. What if the guy was ugly? Theoretically, once bound, his partner's assets would also be visible on his terminal. Thank God they weren't. Otherwise, that 3 billion debt would be sitting there like a black hole. Chi Shu couldn't believe this was his first worry. Oh well. What's done is done. It's time to eat. He couldn't change it. And a 100 match rate was a killer. Normal couples could divorce after a 1-year trial period if it didn't work out. A 100 match was far more troublesome. It required 2 years. The interstellar marriage law only forcibly matched spiritual power users. This was because they often overused their spiritual power, which impacted their lifespan. The only solution was to find a high match rate partner for spiritual power fusion and mutual soothing. Spiritual power fusion. Chi Shu thought about it. The original owner's spiritual power was only Frank. The person he was matched with probably wasn't ranked very high either, right? The other guy probably wasn't matched just because he couldn't pay the singles tax. As for the real reason, he couldn't be bothered to guess. He cut the meat, marinated it, and fried it like a steak. It smelled delicious. After lunch, Chi Shu took a nap, then started reading papers published by card masters on the StarNet. Most of it was useless. It all sounded profound, but in reality, it was just them not understanding the characters and resorting to guesswork and imitation. Used-up star cards left no trace, other than the card master's name. This was to prevent people from using star cards to kill invisibly. High-level cards could even threaten the life of an shrank spiritual power user, which was why interstellar law required all high-level star cards to be signed. It made it easier to track the user. The next day, Chi Shu was full of life again. He woke up and started making cards before even brushing his teeth or washing his face. His mind was completely empty. He refused to believe he could make another one of those perverted cards. He refused to believe it. He grabbed the pen, injected his special ability, and slammed it onto the base card. Each stroke was unrestrained and natural, but his hand was, as usual, not under his control. When he saw what he had written this time, Chi Shu didn't feel the usual shock and despair. There was only helpless resignation. Cover but to become wooden man. Chi Shu. Fine. As long as it works. It was, once again, a high-level card. Such a stable output. After testing, the card's attribute appeared, binds mecha for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Most mecha fights didn't even last 10 minutes. If your opponent was bound for that long, was it even a fight anymore? Little Red couldn't stop grinning when he saw the card. He was in this for the ranking, not to prove his pure skill. The stronger his card master, the smoother his path. It was a win-win. Of course, to conserve his stash, Little Red didn't use the card in his first match the next day. He won that one on technical skill alone. In the second match, he met a real expert, a specialist in heavy artillery. But dozens of beam cannon shots hit Little Red. And he emerged completely unscathed. The live stream chat was exploding. They were all there for blazing fire. They still remembered the self-dismantling mecha from 2 days ago. It was nuts. They'd never seen anything like it. The card master was infuriating, but he was also undeniably powerful. Blazing Fire must have an exclusive partnership with that card master. They wanted to see if he had any more tricks. Sure enough, he did. But his next move made them feel like they could smell something, even through their spiritual power shields. On the field, the Sklas Blazing Fire mecha was sniffing its own armpits. After the card's effect kicked in, Blazing Fire became invincible. Not only could it face the cannon fire Hedon, it could even charge in, tanking the blasts, and one-click uninstall the enemy's energy core. How outrageous was that? An Sklas mecha directly beating a Super Sklas mecha? Was that even allowed? And the person responsible for the Super Sklas mecha's miserable defeat was Chi Shu. It was still that infuriating card master. After seeing the power of his cards, all the other contestants were praying they wouldn't have to face Blazing Fire. They were even begging Chi Shu on the Starnet to sell them cards, too. Blazing Fire was using a new high-level star card every other day. That card master must have a huge stockpile. The other contestants flooded the Starnet, begging for Chi Shu's attention. Chi Shu himself was getting a headache. Not because of all the noise, but because he was just about to head out and nearly tripped over a small box by his door. Inside the box was a tiny black kitten. Chi Shu's head throbbed. The quantum network system had said his matched partner was coming to meet him today, but had been waiting all day, and there was no sign of anyone. It couldn't possibly be the kitten in the box, could it? It was tiny and milk-scented. Probably only 3 months old, and sleeping soundly. He remembered his match was 26. Even if he was a beast man, he'd be an adult beast man, an adult cat, right? What was the meaning of this kitten? Chi Shu thought about it. Maybe it was from a neighbor whose cat just had kittens, and they were giving this one away now that it was weaned. However, it could also be someone's spiritual body. Normally, low-rank individuals couldn't see others' spiritual bodies, though there were exceptions. Chi Shu carried the box to the building's management office. The rank old man on duty said a cat in a box like this was up for adoption. He said it was just a pet cat and advised Chi Shu to keep it for companionship if he had time. Pets, he said, could help regulate spiritual power, and having one around would improve his mood. Chi Shu. The old man was really getting into it, adding at the end, if you don't have time, you can take it to a pet shelter. But most of the animals there have little issues. A kitten that small could get sick or bullied. Chapter 9, Starting School. Chi Shu looked at the kind, gentle, 450-year-old man and tentatively asked, how about you keep him? No, can't. I've already got 20 at home. The old man sighed with bliss. Fluffy things truly were the best in the world. Seeing the old man lost in his own world, Chi Shu had no choice but to temporarily take the cat home. Truthfully, he loved fluffy things, to the point where he desperately wanted to bury his face in them. But he was a special ability user now and had too much to worry about. He was also afraid the cat would bother him when he was trying to work. Not only that, he was still a student. Once he went back to school, he wouldn't have time to take care of it. Chi Shu sighed. Seeing as you're so pathetic, this big brother will find you a good home, okay? Back home. Chi Shu placed the still sleeping kitten in a corner, then logged onto his anonymous terminal and started ordering kitten necessities. As he was shopping, Chi Shu found he couldn't control his hands. It was just one poor, adorable, weak little kitten, right? How had he managed to order so many pet supplies at once? Whatever. It can't be helped. It was left right at my door. At this moment, Chi Shu had completely forgotten about his matched partner. When he saw the little inky black furball jump onto his lap, curl up comfortably, and go back to sleep, he couldn't stop himself from reaching out a finger and gently poking its back. The kitten didn't make a sound. It didn't even move. It just knew it was sleepy and comfortable on this person's lap, so it squinted its eyes and sank back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, District 86 of the capital star, the Star Imperial City, was in absolute chaos. The robots and guards had turned the city upside down. But still couldn't find the spiritual body, the little black panther of the third prince, who was in a vegetative state. This news was bad enough. But then, the third prince had been matched by the quantum network. They checked the surveillance footage and discovered the culprit was none other than the third Prince Alcipe's little black panther. It had been pawing at the terminal while playing and had accidentally hit the apply for matching button. The little black panther loved to play and use the terminal to watch movies, so it had most of the access rights to the third prince's terminal. And just like that, by a sheer fluke, it had found the third Prince Alcipe a 100 match. That was 100. The Empire hadn't seen many of those, ever. The moment the Star Emperor heard the news, his face was a mask of confusion and shock. He couldn't believe it. While he wasn't fond of this third son, who opposed him at every turn, he was still his son. His third son's spiritual power exceeded triples. How could he possibly be matched with someone who was frank? He couldn't help but suspect this was the doing of that old gang in the parliament. Watch and wait. Don't make any rash moves for now, and don't disturb the person he was matched with. The third son's situation is special. Investigate it clearly first, the Star Emperor ordered. He then opened Chi Shu's personal file again, and his vision went dark. Back at his apartment, Chi Shu kept petting the cat, feeling like something was off. Was a 3-month-old kitten supposed to be a solid iron weight? Why was it so heavy? All Chi Shu could see were its beautiful golden eyes. He couldn't even make out the shape of its face, it was just a little sootball. You're hungry, aren't you? You're still little. How about I get you some goat's milk? The little sootball woke up from its nap. Seeing Chi Shu looking at it with such a gentle expression, it paused. Then retracted its sharp claws and leaped onto Chi Shu's shoulder, settling down. Chi Shu stood up, completely overwhelmed by the favor. Why is it that spending money on a cat doesn't hurt at all? Chi Shu's lips curved. He felt like he was walking on air, his feet were barely touching the ground. He admitted he was a coward. He didn't dare to raise a cat, but he couldn't even be sure of his own future. How could he let a cat suffer with him? Chi Shu reached up and scratched the little sootball under the chin. A comfortable purr rumbled in its throat. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Chi Shu. You can stay with me until school starts. We'll talk about other things after I find you an owner. The little sootball looked as if it vaguely understood, quietly watching Chi Shu prepare its milk. In truth, it didn't need to eat. But watching Chi Shu carefully shake the beast milk in the bottle and pour it into a small bowl. It slowly leaned in and took a few licks. It expected it to taste bad, but the more it drank, the more it liked it. Chi Shu let out a soft laugh. A little dumpling with a sesame seed outside and a milk filling inside. He had to admit, after just a few hours with the little sootball, his mood had improved significantly. The anxiety he had felt about getting a partner had also eased. This is nice, Chi Shu sighed. He glanced at the start date for school on his terminal. Only 1 week left to relax. The original owner hadn't applied for campus housing, and Chi Shu couldn't be bothered. Taking a hover car to school was fast anyway, just a few minutes. Hover cars were so fast they could cross half the planet in 30 minutes. So, while the capital star was huge, nowhere was remote. Any place reachable in a few minutes wasn't considered far. When you rode in one, you barely felt anything other than the passage of time. Chi Shu wondered if he should buy a second-hand hover car for convenience. He asked Little Red for a recommendation, but Little Red said he had plenty and could just give him one. He had nothing but money. Chi Shu. Even though Chi Shu refused, Little Red sent one over anyway. If you don't want it as a gift, just use it for now. If it just sits there, it'll collect dust and break down. Just think of it as you doing maintenance for me. Chi Shu was very touched. In return, he handed over the cover but to become Wooden Man star card. When Little Red received it, he rolled on the floor laughing for a long time. He really wanted to know what Chi Shu was like in person. Why were his cards always so hilarious? Ha 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 ha, little brother, this card master you found is too much. His inner world must be incredibly rich. They say a star card largely represents the card master's style and personality. The young man, whose real name was Lai Si and nickname was Little Red, couldn't help but laugh every time he contrasted Chi Shu's calm voice with the cards he made. When Di Gung Si Snakeman heard that Lai Si had gotten another high-level star card, his brain went numb. He's too amazing, brother. You have to treat him well. Even though he's easygoing, don't push your luck. Di Gung Si really liked Chi Shu's humble and quiet personality. Even after making medium and high-level cards, the guy never bragged. They were the ones who were more excited. Brother, don't you dare disappoint Master Chi. Don't worry, he'll work hard. I won't let Master Chi's efforts be in vain. Chapter 10, The Southwind Fish Theft Incident. The two of them laughed, composed themselves, and then tried to be serious. But after a moment of seriousness, they remembered the first card Di Gung Si had used from Chi Shu. 100 people farting ha ha ha. Di Gung Si. I really admire your willpower. You're indestructible. If I were your opponent, I don't think I could ever drink a nutrient solution again. That's right. After Di Gung Si used that card, he was banned by the tournament officials for 2 days. The reason was obvious. Not only was it an inescapable nightmare for his opponent, but it also caused a mental breakdown among the audience. Chi Shu felt he was innocent, too. He really didn't do it on purpose. The fact was, the moment he picked up the pen, his hand and brain just developed a mind of their own. After Little Sootball finished its dinner, Chi Shu used the apartment spray mister to dampen its fur and wipe it clean, just in case it had picked up any dust outside. He was more meticulous in caring for the kitten than he was for himself. On the first night, Chi Shu made a small nest out of his own clothes for Little Sootball to sleep in. Then he turned off the lights to rest. Chi Shu's life never used to have a plan. Farming in the apocalypse, traveling to see different kinds of zombies, it was all fine. But now, it was different. If his income could stabilize, he wanted to buy a house on the capital star and settle down. If he made big money, he'd buy a villa. If he made small money, he'd just buy a comfortable house. His biggest goal was to earn money for retirement. But the lifespan here was 500 years. Retirement was so far away. If he wanted a stable job besides card making, what was there? Chi Shu felt that card making didn't take much time. At best, it was a side gig. If other card masters in the galaxy heard this, they would definitely think Chi Shu was arrogant, conceited, and defying the laws of heaven. In reality, most card masters were lucky to produce a card once a week. Or even once a month. Chi Shu's breakneck production speed was enough to land him a vice president position in the Card Master Association. Yet, he still had no idea how powerful he was. He just felt it was nice to be able to eat meat and vegetables every day. As a man with a farmer's soul, how could he not want to farm? He had another wish, to own a small vegetable patch. After all, without zombies to help him farm, a full-sized greenhouse was just too big. So Chi Shu thought. While Chi Shu was deep in sleep, a small black furball leaped lightly onto his bed, quietly found a spot on the other side of his pillow, turned in a circle, and lay down. It pressed its little head against Chi Shu's and fell asleep. Meanwhile, The Capital Star Card Master Association had also noticed the existence of this new card master, Chi Shu. 2 high-quality, high-level star cards in a row forced them to pay attention. The Capital Star was a hub for talent. It didn't lack gifted card masters. But someone who could produce 2 optimal high-level star cards back-to-back was exceedingly rare. President, should we invite this card master to join the association? You know the pressure we've been under lately. Perhaps with Chi Shu's help. Don't disturb him yet. Let's wait and see. The association president didn't have the clearance to view Chi Shu's personal data. He only knew his name and gender, even his age was unknown. How about we do what we always do, create some trouble for him, and then help him solve it? The vice president's voice was cautious and subservient. Card masters had extensive networks. The people they associated with were almost all nobles, top-tier families, or even royalty. Some teams served the imperial family exclusively. So, if they wanted to make something happen, it was easy. It wasn't just the association. Some of the noble families on the Capital Star were also trying to find ways to contact Chi Shu. Most of their methods involved threats and bribes, no better than the associations. They had all begun to make their moves. But Lai Si Little Red, the only one who knew Chi Shu's contact info, wouldn't budge. He didn't want to get on Chi Shu's bad side. He would only ever introduce high-character people to him. Lai Si refused them all, but he wasn't threatened. That was because he was the son of the Capital Star's richest man. His cousin, Di Gung Si, was the young Marquis of Bart. The two were determined to protect Chi Shu and wouldn't let him be put in a difficult position. Therefore, anyone trying to dig up information had to first consider if they were strong enough to steal a person from the richest man's son. The outside world was in turmoil, but the person who started it all was fast asleep. As Chi Shu slept, he felt a faint, warm breath near his head. He groggily realized what it was, pulled the little furball into his arms, and, unable to restrain himself, took a deep huff of its fluffy, milky scent. Satisfied, he went back to sleep. But when he woke up in the morning, the little black furball in his arms was gone. He searched the entire apartment and couldn't find it. He felt a pang of disappointment. The cat had run away. Should he go look for it? It had left on its own. He had no idea how the little guy got out, had sealed the windows. Just as he was feeling down, a thump-thump sound came from the door. Chi Shu hurried over and opened it, only to see the kitten had just been looking for dragging a huge fish. He couldn't understand how a tiny black furball could even bite down on a fish twice its size, let alone carry it so easily, rather than dragging it. Little sootball. You're amazing. Chi Shu found it incredible. He quickly crouched down and took the large fish from the cat's mouth. You want to eat fish? Should I cook it for you? Or do you want it raw? The kitten shook its head, then reached out a paw and patted Chi Shu's leg, as if to say, for you, human. Chi Shu felt like his heart was about to melt. Meanwhile, a theft was discovered in the Star Imperial Palace. A southwind fish, also known as the most delicious fish in the galaxy, expensive, hard to raise, and with exquisite flesh, was stolen. Only the richest man and the Star Emperor had the channels to enjoy it regularly. A medium-sized southwind fish was worth 100,000 star coins. A large one was 200,000. Chi Shu had never seen this fish. Neither had the original owner. The fish was beautiful. Its pink and white scales shimmered, and it was long. Like an ornamental fish. He used his terminal bracelet to scan it for poison and was relieved. Even though little Sootball said it was for him, he couldn't let the cat go without. He gutted the fish, scaled it, cleaned it, and cut it in two, placing both halves in a pot to steam. One half, unseasoned, was for little Sootball. The other, drizzled with green onion, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce, was for him. Chi Shu and little Sootball ate with great gusto. At noon, the Star Emperor noticed his favorite Southwind fish was missing from the menu. He asked the Imperial chef, who, trembling, explained what had happened. The Emperor watched the video. The fish had been stolen by someone's spiritual body. It had left a trail of wet, plum-blossom-shaped paw prints all the way out. The Star Emperor. In the end, the chef was not punished. The Emperor just said not to let it happen again. However, the next day, the Southwind fish was once again missing from the table. The Imperial chef dropped to his knees, trembling as he handed in his resignation, admitting he was incapable of guarding a single fish. The Star Emperor, forget it. From today on, stop ordering Southwind fish. Buy something else. Chapter 11, Are you making a card, or a rod? On the third day, Chi Shu ate the Starnephamous Hame prawns, which were even bigger than Earth's lobsters. He was seriously in awe of little Sootball. When the little guy hauled the bound prawns to him, he was scared stiff. He went around asking the neighbors if anyone had lost food. Seeing as the prawns were about to die, he eventually broke them down, taking careful note of their weight and appearance. If an owner or a supermarket was missing them, he could pay them back. After all, little Sootball was just trying to provide for him. It probably saw his tiny, empty apartment and figured he couldn't afford to eat. A poor man's cat takes charge early, shouldering the burden of supporting the family. After putting the prawns in the pot to steam, Chi Shu couldn't hold back any longer. He scooped up little Sootball and smothered it in kisses. Little Sootball hadn't expected this human to be so passionate, but it couldn't resist the scent on Chi Shu either. It stuck out its tongue and licked his face, then, still wanting more, it struggled out of his arms, landed on the floor, and began to patrol its tiny territory. After confirming there were no strange scents, it hopped back into its little cardboard box to sleep. At noon, the Star Emperor, exhausted from his morning, was looking forward to a rich lunch. He sat down, looked, and his specially ordered prawns were gone too. Was this even acceptable? Was his third son's spiritual body targeting him? The Emperor was furious but helpless. No matter what, his son had ended up this way for the sake of the country. The fact that his spiritual body could even appear and find its own food was already a miracle. The Emperor let out a long sigh and ordered the kitchens to stock more fish, prawns, and other seafood to just put extra in the kitchen's live tanks. The chefs finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also suspected it was that person's spiritual body, so they hadn't dared to say anything and had just waited for the Emperor's judgment. After several days of being fed by little Sootball, Chi Shu had also saved up a good amount of special ability. It was finally time to get back to work. With his body replenished, Chi Shu felt much lighter. Nutrient solutions offered limited nutrition. Real meat was what truly regenerated his special ability. Chi Shu was in a great mood today, and he was even more focused as he started making cards. When he finished, he found little Sootball had, at some point, jumped onto the table. He put down his pen and scooped the kitten into his arms, kissing it. "Baby, you are so cute. You make me so happy." Little Sootball pressed its paw pads against Chi Shu's face, blocking his sneak attack. It knew Chi Shu smelled amazing, mesmerizingly so. It stopped the kisses, but then stuck out its pink, slightly rough tongue and licked his fingers. There were still traces of his special ability on them. Chi Shu, realizing the kitten was fascinated by this, figured it was just an ordinary cat. He softened his special ability, tempting it. In the end, little Sootball let him have his kisses, and only then did Chi Shu agree to condense his ability in his hand and give it a massage. The kitten purred comfortably on his lap. There were only 2 days left until school started. He hadn't tested the 2 cards he had just made. Chi Shu activated his ability and tossed the cards into the detector. First card, Ballet Tornado Slap. Effect: continuously slaps the opponent's mecha for 10 minutes. Side effect: the user will feel dizzy, nauseated, and queasy. Second card, 360-degree slide tackle. Effect, makes the opponent jump and dodge for 10 minutes, unable to lock on. These two were clearly much better than cover, but Chi Shu's lips quirked. He was already unfazed by it all. After all, he was frank. No guess he was the card master. Even when he went to school, he wouldn't have to worry about being kidnapped, exploited, and forced to work. Lai Si Little Red had a match today. Chi Shu sat on his bed, holding Little Sootball, and watched the live stream. Lai Si's rank had already climbed to 75th. The Padawan opponents he had to challenge were getting more numerous. At this stage, almost every contestant had a card master backing them. They were limited to 1-star card per match. It wasn't just Chi Shu watching. The Card Master Association and several nobles, who were eyeing Chi Shu like tigers, were also spectating. However happy Lai Si had been laughing these past few nights, that's how embarrassed he was now. The thought of what was about to happen made his face burn. He was even more terrified that his busy father would see it. Therefore, the moment the match started, Lai Si tried to end it quickly. His opponent, however, had the same idea. His moves were vicious, and the high-level star card he threw out made Lai Si stumble several times. That person thought Lai Si was out of high-level star cards and even taunted him. Lai Si, without a card to help you, what's the difference between you and trash? You're right, I am trash. But if you're using a card, don't deny that you're also trash who only got here by cheating. Lai Si rapidly dodged a beam cannon that grazed him. After falling several times and taking a few more hits, his mecha's damage reached 55. Luckily, its wings weren't damaged. He activated low-altitude flight mode, stopped falling, and returned fire a few times. The opponent's card time finally ran out. He hadn't planned on using a card today, but the opponent was a huge mecha. Close combat would be too dangerous. High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Chi Shu for the divine assistance. The youthful, excited voice of the blazing fire mecha played throughout the arena. Everyone held their breath. They figured this time it had to be a cool skill card. It couldn't all be the sleazy style, right? Until they saw Lai Si's opponent's mecha clamp its mechanical hands over its own butt, looking for all the world like it couldn't hold in its shit. It was a binding type card. However, few recognized it immediately. When Lai Si's opponent saw his own mecha covering its butt from the third-person view, his face looked like it was cracking stone. He was in disbelief, but also having a complete mental breakdown. Fuck. Lai Si, what kind of card master did you hire? Is he sick in the head? His mecha was a superclass named Green Light. An elegant, emerald mecha. And now it was being utterly humiliated in front of the entire interstellar audience. Lai Si had no time to deal with him. Blushing, he piloted his mecha over and gave the Green Light mecha a full demolition. When he finally started dismantling the weapon bay, the opponent couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. The opponent's psyche was severely damaged. He began cursing the depraved, unscrupulous card master. Never in history had a card master been cursed out like this. The live stream chat was even worse, with people cursing and praising him in the same breath. I really want to know what kind of life this card master lives. This is too perverted. No mecha can escape Chi Shu's grasp. Card master, are you making a card, or a shaft? Ha ha ha. I can't take it. The mecha that can't hold its shit is blessed. This is getting interesting. Ha 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 ha. This is supposed to be a serious, solemn occasion, but I'm laughing like a maniac. Who understands? Chi Shu cleared his throat, embarrassed, and closed the screen. Why was it, he wondered, that being cursed out felt so satisfying? Chapter 12, Su Baiyan's persona collapses. He was just being cursed at, it wasn't like his cards were useless. In short, Lai Si won. He was one step closer to the prize money. After the match, Lai Si reported the good news and advised Qi Shu to stop reading the StarNet, lest it affect his mood. Qi Shu, it's fine. I'm used to it. Compared to the hate campaign the Earl's Water Army had waged on the original owner, the mecha fans were practically polite. Plus, Qi Shu had just made 2 more high-level star cards. He was earning money. He had no reason to be sad. A low-level job on the Capital Star only paid 100,000 a month. Some paid as little as 60,000. So Qi Shu felt he was doing great. There were 2 days left until school started. Qi Shu hadn't ordered a uniform. He decided he'd go and check out the environment first. If he didn't like it, he'd just leave. The original owner had only been there for 1 semester. He could always apply to another school. The original owner had specifically enrolled in the culinary arts program also known as the bridal majordo please the Duke's son, Slade. Many people took this major to please a crush. Since household robots could already cook, the meaning behind studying it had become interesting. After packing his things for school, Qi Shu originally thought about asking Lai Si to find someone to adopt the kitten. But when he thought about little Sootball working so hard every day to steal fish and prawns, his heart ached. Forget it. Little Sootball likes my special ability. And I'm not short on cash anymore. It's not impossible to take care of it. Eating the cat's food put him in its debt. Qi Shu picked up little Sootball and took a deep, forceful huff. The kitten's fur was a complete mess, but it still somewhat indulged Qi Shu's actions, licking his face with its rough little tongue, leaving its scent on him. With school approaching, little Sootball knew he was leaving. It let Qi Shu do whatever he wanted, thoroughly rubbing its scent all over him. Qi Shu, completely unaware that had been marinated, went to school the next day. The people who were about to mock him instinctively recoiled. Their spiritual bodies were trembling. Qi Shu. The students at the Imperial Vocational and Technical College were mostly second-generation rich kids and nobles. Their spiritual power wasn't low. They were just here to cruise by, since their grades weren't good enough for the Capital Star's top universities. But even so, they were the elite from their own planets. Why would they be afraid of Frank? Qi Shu didn't get it. He took a step forward, they took a step back. Qi Shu, don't come over here. You waste. What are you acting so arrogant for? Just because a few people spoke up for you online, you think you've made a comeback? You evil. Qi Shu's gaze was flat. Evil what? Finish your sentence. He advanced, step by step. His eyes were as calm as an old well, but they made people's hair stand on end. Finish it. Qi Shu smiled slightly, clapped the leader on the shoulder, and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "There's a man with long hair standing right behind you. He told me to tell you he'll be sleeping with you tonight." Ha! A tiny thread of his mental control special ability had entered the man's brain. He would have nightmares for a solid month. That was the price for cursing him. Just a little interest. Nothing excessive. Qi Shu got to the school. Just as he was about to register, he saw Su Baiyan appear, striking a sickly and weak pose. Su Baiyan was at the same school, in the mecha manufacturing and maintenance program. "Baiyan, didn't you tell your brother? The school's notice of withdrawal was already sent to your house." Qi Shu doesn't know. He still thinks he can come to class. Huh, how embarrassing. Qi Shu, in fact, knew nothing about a notice. It seemed this school wasn't worth staying at. Had planned on coasting here for a while, but it seemed coasting wouldn't be easy. After all, he was dead last in the whole school. The school didn't even need a reason to expel him. Qi Shu was expressionless. His gaze remained fixed on Su Baiyan's face, but he said nothing. Su Baiyan hated him so much that he was grinding his teeth. So that's it, he thought. No wonder I couldn't find my dear brother on Pulan Star. He came to the Capital Star. Who on earth was helping Chi Shu? He couldn't figure it out. How was this piece of trash, who should have been easy to crush, able to run around freely? His venomous, snake-like glare rested on Chi Shu for just an instant before vanishing. He was delicately pitiful again, making the students nearby look at him with worry. They'd heard Su Baiyan had lived a hard life, even starving on a desolate planet. Had barely made it back to the Earls, only to be diagnosed with chronic illnesses and psychological trauma that even medical pods couldn't fix, as it wasn't a simple external or internal injury. People always sympathized with the weak. Chi Shu calmly accepted their unprovoked, angry stares. He remained silent. His special ability, invisible and undetectable to everyone else, was quietly seeping into Su Baiyan's brain. About 3 seconds later, Su Baiyan suddenly shoved away the classmate who was supporting him and wiped the pale powder from his lips. His complexion instantly improved. Everyone. Just as they were confused, Su Baiyan suddenly looked at the person next to him with disgust. Disgusting. The son of a minor baron dares to get near me? It makes me sick. You stink of fish. I heard your family sells fish. You bought that baron title, didn't you? Su Baiyan suddenly couldn't control his mouth. Why were his inner thoughts just coming out? He did hate this low-rank noble who was always sucking up to him, but he never planned to say it. SSO, that's how it is. The boy had been about to help the sickly Su Baiyan curse Chi Shu, but instead, he was the one being insulted. He left, dejected, vowing never to be Su Baiyan's lackey again. He never thought the person who was always so gentle to him actually thought this way. No wonder Su Baiyan always frowned when he looked at him. Had thought he was just feeling unwell. He turned and left. Su Baiyan was furious. But his body and mouth were still out of his control. He turned his head to the person who had just mocked Chi Shu and slapped him hard across the face. Did I say you could talk? Without my permission, what right do you have to curse that bastard before I do? The slapped guy was stunned. Had just been gloating that the fish stinker was gone. That was great. When he came to his senses, he looked at Su Baiyan in disbelief. What are you? What am I doing? Hitting you, obviously. You're ugly as hell, yet you're always hovering around me. You think just because your dad's an earl, you can get close to me? I used to be the son of the richest man on Pulin Star. Chapter 13, A Super Capable Big Cat. When Su Baiyan realized his mouth had just uncontrollably spilled all that, he forced his hand up to cover it, but he could see the looks on everyone around him had changed. Didn't he say his adoptive father was an abusive commoner? God, what did I just hear? Is this Su Baiyan's true face? In his mind, are we all beneath him? He even put on powder to look sick. I was wondering why his lips were always so red after drinking water. It was just the powder washing off. Su Baiyan was desperate to explain, but the moment he opened his mouth, out came, "What are you talking about, sparrow face? You wear powder, but am not allowed." Everyone. When Su Baiyan spoke again, he attacked everyone around him, one by one, using all his previously hidden thoughts. He didn't understand why he was saying these things. Was this Chi Shu's doing? Of course. No wonder. He told himself to wait until he got back to curse him out, but he couldn't hold it in. Chi Shu, don't be so shameless. The Earl's family took you in, you should be grateful. Even if I stole your fiancé and slept with him, you can't blame me. Don't even think about stealing Slade back. The crowd's fantasy of Su Baiyan was completely shattered. Someone had already started recording. After all, they had all just been verbally abused by this green tea bitch. Chi Shu let out a cold laugh. Su Baiyan, you're full of surprises. His special ability wasn't strong enough yet, so he could only make Su Baiyan tell the truth. He hadn't expected such a huge payoff. Oh my god, no wonder Chi Shu was dumped. He was cheated on. How did I never realize Su Baiyan was this kind of person? Su Baiyan was dying of anxiety, but his mouth was still out of control. He didn't know why, so it had to be something Qi Shu did. How else? Rage burned in his eyes. He lunged, trying to slap Qi Shu, but before his hand could make contact, a black shadow suddenly appeared. In an instant, several bloody scratches were raked across Su Baiyan's face. The black furball flashed past, circled back, and landed on Qi Shu's shoulder. "Sorry," Qi Shu said, raising his hand to initiate a transfer. "My cat was just defending me. It was worried. It doesn't really know its own strength. I'll pay for your medical pod treatment." But the completely unhinged Su Baiyan just shrieked, "You just ruined my face, I just had it done." The people around them had thought that even if Su Baiyan's personality was fake, his face was real, right? Who knew his face was fake, too? Was there any truth that came out of Su Baiyan's mouth? The special ability Qi Shu had sent was just about used up. Once Su Baiyan returned to normal, he frantically tried to apologize to the people around him, but no one believed him anymore. A large crowd had formed, and many people had videos. "Don't film me. Stop filming." Whatever chaos followed was none of Qi Shu's business. Making Su Baiyan's persona collapse was just the first step. His blessings were far from over. Qi Shu was still too weak to take down the original owner's adoptive father in one go. For now. Head tear off one piece of flesh at a time. After leaving the school, Qi Shu got back in the hover car and immediately cleaned, disinfected, and wiped his cat's paws. Only when they were clean was he satisfied, pulling little Sootball into his arms. "Little Sootball, you seriously make my heart pound. How can you be so cool? You came out to protect me right away. If it weren't for you, I would have been hurt. You are the universe's most invincible, super capable big cat." In truth, Qi Shu could have handled it himself. He just wanted to shower his little Sootball with praise. "Wait. When did you follow me to the school?" Little Sootball guiltily, slowly, turned its head away, playing deaf and dumb. "Actually, I've been wondering how you get out of the house every day. I suspected you could walk through walls, but then I saw the pet door. I knew you were getting out through there." Little Sootball. "There's a pet door. Spiritual bodies could pass through walls at will. There were no restrictions." Little Sootball was just taking a familiar path back to the palace to transport ingredients. The palace was its home anyway, so little Sootball felt zero guilt about providing its mate with the freshest, most delicious food every day. It just went to see what its father emperor liked to eat and took that. If that picky man thought the fish and prawns were good, then its mate would definitely like them too. Qi Shu had no idea what little Sootball was thinking. He was just overwhelmed with emotion. Little Sootball. He clung to the cat as the hover car automatically drove them back to their apartment in District 23. That night, the hashtag Subaiyan Persona Collapse was trending at the bottom of Starnet's hot topics. But even the bottom of the list was a high-traffic area. Netizens watched the videos from multiple angles, still unable to believe Su Baiyan's vicious true face. "No way, these videos must be deepfakes. God. Don't nobles value etiquette above all? What's the deal with the Duke's son, Slade, sleeping with his fiancé's brother before the engagement was broken? I can't believe it. Su Baiyan was supposedly so miserable when he returned to the Earls, and now you're telling me that was fake. His acting is too good. Help, so his sickly look was just makeup. What kind of powder just wipes off like that? Tell me so I can avoid it. It's gotta be fake, right? How can you fake videos from so many different angles?" That was straight from the heart. He offended everyone around him. Now that he's chased the adopted son away, he thinks he's lawless. He's even bullying classmates at school now. Even with solid proof, Su Baiyan's diehard fans didn't give up, and even started inventing excuses for him. Maybe Qi Shu threatened Anan. That's why Anan had to say those things he didn't mean. Yeah, even an idiot knows you're supposed to curse people behind their backs. Not to their faces. Anan must have been set up. Oh God, Chi Shu must have drugged him. Anyone with a brain knows this is impossible. Unless Su Baiyan is a total moron, he wouldn't say that to everyone's face. I still think the videos are fake. Just as people were claiming they were fake, students from the Imperial Vocational and Technical College came forward, identifying themselves as the people involved. They said if people didn't believe them, the school could release the surveillance footage. One after another, more students came forward to testify. They were truly heartbroken and furious. They had been personally attacked by Su Baiyan, their reputations were ruined. This shut down the people trying to defend Su Baiyan. In the end, the diehard fans could only redirect the topic back to Chi Shu. Chapter 14, I'm not Carl. I am me. Am I the only one who noticed Chi Shu got expelled? Dead last in his class. Oh. Well, that's normal. Students with grades that bad get expelled all the time. If they don't get expelled, it's because their family paid up. Chi Shu has no one backing him now. Serves him right. Why can't some people just act human? Kicked out of his home, massive debt, and someone still dares to help him. I'm impressed. I'm just saying, is there any defending Chi Shu? Not unless he's that recently famous card master, Chi Shu. The online public opinion snowballed. There had been a few people speaking up for Chi Shu, but then Slade's family stepped in. The Duke's family's power and influence were strong. In just half an hour, the trending topic about Su Baiyan's collapse vanished without a trace. The classmates who had spoken out all deleted their StarNet posts. Chi Shu just laughed coldly when he saw the result. See? Whether it was Earth or the interstellar era, the powerful had plenty of ways to shut people up. He wasn't disappointed. Anyway. If he couldn't manage to make them socially dead in the future, he'd just make them dead. That night, after Chi Shu fell asleep, the little Black Panther quietly hopped to the floor, stretched, and left the apartment. It skillfully went to the roadside, pressed the hover car call button, and a car stopped in front of it less than 30 seconds later. It pressed its paw to the payment scanner for recognition. The little Black Panther had its own personal account and could travel freely. When it arrived at the Star Imperial City, it expertly hopped out of the car, sprinted to the third prince's palace, and returned to the side of the handsome, unmoving man. It raised its paw without hesitation to smack him. The man's skin was fair and delicate. A thin blanket covered his slender frame. He looked like a large, exquisite doll, only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved he was alive. A woo. The little Black Panther put a paw on its own face. It couldn't bear to follow through. It was worried that its scrawny self would be swatted and destroyed in a single blow. If it disappeared, wouldn't its fragrant mate be bullied even more? The little Black Panther's mind was still developing. It didn't understand all the human drama, but it knew its mate had been threatened at school. The little Black Panther couldn't help with that, and it was getting anxious. Its main body had been asleep for so long. It had no concept of a vegetative state, but it knew this was the longest head ever slept. When it failed to wake him, the little Black Panther had no choice but to seek help. It strolled into the Star Emperor's palace. A giant lion, at least 3 meters tall, was lying in the hall. The tiny Black Panther walked right past its feet without a trace of fear. The lion just opened its eyes, glanced at it, and closed them again. A woo. The little Black Panther went to the Emperor's study. Seeing the Star Emperor handling official business, it leaped onto his desk. The Star Emperor raised an eyebrow but ignored it, continuing to work. Only when the little Black Panther sat its butt down on his virtual keyboard did the Emperor finally look at it. What is it, Carl? The little Black Panther's name was Carl. A woo. Look at the StarNet. And I'm not Carl. I am me. I don't understand. It angrily pawed the Emperor's wrist terminal. The StarNet homepage popped up, but all the posts about Qi Shu were gone. His photo was nowhere to be seen. It stared with wide, disappointed eyes. Just as it was about to jump off the desk, the Emperor pulled out a bag of pet snacks. Here. Take this and go. It glanced at the Emperor, but took the offering. It couldn't go back empty-pawed. After the little panther left, the Star Emperor reopened his terminal and asked his chief secretary what the big disturbance on the StarNet was today. Usually, small matters didn't reach his ears. But since Carl had specifically come to find him, he should probably pay attention. Maybe his son was waking up and had sent his spiritual body for help. When the chief secretary heard the question, he figured he should report it. It was just gossip, and His Majesty might enjoy it. Sure enough, the Star Emperor on the other side of the screen looked surprised. Duke Danteir is just letting this go. Letting his illegitimate son evade responsibility. The Emperor wasn't one to meddle, but this matter involved his third son's partner. This made him hesitate. Normally, he'd just treat this as entertainment, but now he felt he couldn't just ignore it. Especially after that little panther's look of disappointment. Plus, Qi Shu was completely isolated. His newly matched partner was in a coma. The Emperor felt the kid was just a walking disaster. If this was a pawn meant to get close to the imperial family, had never seen a pawn this pathetic. And he's dead last in his class. How bad must his cooking be? The Emperor worried for his third son, but at the same time, he knew his son was a cold fighting machine. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't develop any feelings for Qi Shu, beyond his duty. The Emperor tsked and gave his orders. Send someone to investigate the Earl's house on Pulin Star. Have your legal team help that child. Also, give him an exam slot for the Capital Star Royal Mecha Academy. As for my son's identity, you might as well tell him now. No harm. ITLL, at least give the kid something to live for. Can't have him dying before my son even wakes up. And give him an anonymous terminal. Put some pocket money in it. It's just too pathetic. The Emperor had never seen such a pitiful daughter-in-law. Poor kid, he sighed. The chief secretary, yes. The Secretary General broke into a cold sweat, thinking. Why is His Majesty suddenly acting human today? He wasn't used to it, but he carried out the orders. The next day, Qi Shu looked at the row of elites standing before him, and for a second, he had a vision of the bodyguards for one of those overbearing CEOs from Earth. He stood in his doorway and frowned. What is this? The chief secretary was here on a mission. First, he had the lawyers present their credentials and explain their purpose. After they'd introduced themselves to Qi Shu, they left, saying they were at his command until the lawsuit was won. Qi Shu was baffled. When he learned they were sent by his nominal partner, he figured it was just to clean up the mess. It was better for both parties. Qi Shu couldn't really refuse. He didn't care how long it took him to handle it himself, but he hadn't realized that in the interstellar era, partners were expected to advance and retreat together. A blemish on one reflected badly on the other. After the legal team left, the impeccably dressed, middle-aged man whose eyes nearly disappeared when he smiled respectfully asked if he could come inside to talk. Some things needed to be discussed in private. At this, the little black panther leaped onto Qi Shu's shoulder. Chapter 15. The Chief Secretary. Well, it'll be. So. Lord Carl was right here with this one. Very well. Please, come in. It was a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment with a single sofa. The Chief Secretary took it in. The rental was neat and tidy. Qi Shu himself seemed low-key, steady, and unfazed by the situation. The Chief Secretary's spiritual power was 2S, and ordinary people were usually intimidated by him. But Qi Shu wasn't. He didn't show the slightest tension, even when meeting his gaze. It seemed Chi Shu wasn't at all what the StarNet claimed. His true nature remained to be seen. After the chief secretary sat down, Chi Shu even went to the kitchen fridge and got him a bottle of juice. This was the highest etiquette he could offer a guest. People from the apocalypse were, by nature, protective of their food. Thank you. The chief secretary hadn't expected the young man to be so polite. The refined and elegant man across from him took a few graceful sips of juice before displaying his work credentials on his terminal. He smiled and informed Chi Shu of the main purpose of his visit. First, to tell him who his matched partner was. Second, to tell him his matched partner's current situation. Third, to hand him an exam slot for the Royal Mecha Academy. Chi Shu. Fine, a vegetable was a vegetable. But he was an imperial prince. What could Chi Shu say? Legend had it that the third prince was the most handsome man in the entire empire. A beautiful, lifeless doll. Got it. A Mecha Academy? Do you really think I can pass? You just need to attend the exam. Don't worry. Chi Shu. Hey, don't talk about pulling strings so openly. Forget it. Are there any majors that are easy to pass? None of them are easy. However, with the Star Emperor's backing, you can choose any major you like. The entire academy belongs to the imperial family. Chi Shu. Damn. It seemed the quantum network system had latched him onto a golden thigh. This. Also, this is some pocket money for you. Don't worry, it's all drawn from your partner's account. Because your own terminal is still compromised, please use the star coins in this terminal for the time being. Chi Shu swallowed. Living off his comatose husband, why did this feel so embarrassing? Please use it freely. Don't give it a second thought. Okay, I'll think about it. Thank you, Mr. Chief Secretary. This man was the highest-ranking secretary to the Star Emperor. Chi Shu didn't dare waste any more of his time. Some people's time was billed by the minute. Chi Shu fell back on the polite routines used for dealing with elders, said a few more courteous phrases, and saw the man out. He still had no idea that this was all thanks to the little black panther. He scooped up the fur ball and took a deep huff. So, no need to go to the trouble of finding lawyers. That's a surprise. The little black panther blinked. Its gaze was vacant, as if it was experiencing some kind of internal hurricane, but Chi Shu didn't notice. After learning his matched partner was the third prince, Alcype, Chi Shu got curious. He searched the StarNet, but all he could find was the official photo released before the prince went to war. He had thick, slightly curly black hair, a pair of beautiful violet eyes, and handsome, deep-set features. His aura was noble and mysterious. Chi Shu. Damn, he's hot. However, the chief secretary had said the prince's condition was very poor, and there was no telling when he'd wake up. The man had even asked if Chi Shu would consider moving into the palace to accompany the third prince. Chi Shu, still in a daze, could only shake his head. In the original owner's memories, Alcype was a human weapon. He had no desire to be there when the prince woke up and saw a stranger. It wouldn't just be awkward, it would be life-threatening. It would be a you die or I die situation. There wasn't much info on Alcype online. He was the top student at the Imperial Military Academy, first place in every exam. Chi Shu rubbed his nose. Truth be told, had also been dead last in his previous life. Luckily, his family had a little money, so he didn't have to worry about his livelihood after graduation. The only things he'd ever put effort into were learning traditional characters and sand Chinese kickboxing. It was only after the apocalypse that he learned to farm a little from the camp seniors. Because he had mental control abilities, many of the other ability users were wary of him. Had gone through hell just to learn the basics, and even then, had to control zombies to do the farming for him. The little black furball was also in a daze. Had woken up. No, he couldn't wake up. He could only link with his spiritual body to perceive the outside world. And now, his mind was only as developed as his spiritual bodhis. And he had been sleeping at his mate's house. Not only that, but the next morning, someone from the palace had come. And it was that cunning chief secretary. From their conversation, he pieced it together, he had a mate. The mate was young and needed to go to school. The mate was also in the middle of a lawsuit. The little furball's face was a mask of pure anguish. To understand what was going on, he read back through his recent memories. After watching, the little furball, whose mind was now slightly more mature than before, nearly fell apart. He had stolen his father's fish to support his mate. Just as the little furball was reeling from this realization, Chi Shu snatched him up. Rubbing his face furiously against him, and even kissing him. Baby. Chi Shu called him his lucky star. This person he's so cheesy. The little black furball had just struggled free and landed on the floor when it suddenly felt pain shoot through its body. It was his post-war trauma. He hadn't expected it to manifest in Carl's body, too. No wonder it had loved being held by Chi Shu so much. Aching all over, the little furball jumped back into Chi Shu's arms and flopped down, all its backbone gone. He was a vegetable now, only able to wake up in his spiritual body. It seemed he'd have to stay by Chi Shu's side for a while. When he finally woke up, he would compensate this mate properly. They had been forcibly matched, after all. They could discuss divorcing after the mandatory 2 years. Since Chi Shu was so kind to his spiritual body and wasn't a bad person, he could give him half his property as compensation. The little black furball squinted. And gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 16. The next day, Chi Shu contacted the legal team and explained the whole situation. They had to investigate, gather evidence, and deal with the local powers on Pulan Star. The lawyers had their work cut out for them. Chi Shu was no longer fighting alone. No matter how powerful the Duke's family was, they couldn't beat the imperial family. Besides, there were 8 people with the title of Duke on the capital star alone. Even though something had happened to the third prince, the imperial family was still immensely powerful. Of the remaining 4 princes, 2 were highly capable. One ran a research institute, and the other was an outstanding student at the Royal Mecha Academy. The Empress brother was a marshal. The imperial power was at its zenith. Getting things done wasn't hard. After finishing with the lawyers, Chi Shu started looking at the majors at the Royal Mecha Academy. Even though the emperor had told him to just show up and pick, Chi Shu felt he should at least try to challenge himself and choose a suitable major. He didn't dare choose the card-making major, terrified his secret identity would be exposed and he'd get beaten. Right now, no one on the StarNet believed he was the card master Chi Shu. Frank Chi Shu and high-level card master Chi Shu were people from 2 different worlds. Chi Shu looked around. The Mecha Major was, of course, the Academy's best. It was full of top students. Best to skip that. Biomedicine? Nope. Others? Even worse. After a full review, Chi Shu realized the only thing he could do, despite the risk of getting beaten, was choose the card-making major. Had heard that as long as you tested for aptitude, you could get in. No written exam needed. Even if his test result was 0. He could still get in. According to the alumni on the Academy forums, some people in our card-making class can't even produce 1 card a year. You only need to make 1 card, and you can graduate. It was that simple. Chi Shu was skeptical. He was still worried it would be awkward to crash into his own reputation. But when he went to the admissions office the next day for the test, the director just asked, "You're also named Chi Shu?" The teacher adjusted his glasses, said nothing more, and just brought over a testing device. Worried about exposing too much, Chi Shu didn't use his special ability, opting for the original owner's spiritual power. The result came out as 10. That number was actually considered high. No one had ever scored 100. The most outstanding card master only had a value of 35. So, Chi Shu passed. He let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of pity for the original owner. The teacher smiled. His attitude much warmer as he handed him the form. He finished what had been saying, as of now, there are probably 2 other students in your class with the same sounding name. Chi Shu. That was a bit strange. But in that case, he didn't have to worry about crashing into himself, since there were so many of them. After Chi Shu filled out the registration form, the director told him that school would officially start in 2 days. He should be ready for class. If he needed to apply for a dorm, he could do so on the official website. Chi Shu, having been out of school for so long, wasn't used to the idea of living with others. He chose to rent a place near the school and sublet his current apartment, getting his deposit back. Since he hadn't bought much and had his spatial button, moving was easy. He found a new place quickly, but the apartments near the school were all taken. There was only one villa that had been vacant for years. Renting for 90 off. The online reviews said the villa was haunted. Chi Shu wasn't afraid of that. Had dared to raise zombies in the apocalypse, a ghost was nothing. Besides, this was the interstellar era. How could there still be ghosts? He was curious to see one. Little sootball. Didn't that guy give him money? That terminal has 50 million in it. Why is he renting a 50,000 a month villa? And a haunted one at that. The annoyed kitten couldn't understand it. The moment they entered the villa, it began patrolling its territory, trying to find the source of the haunting. Sure enough, within half an hour, the clever kitten found the problem. The ghost wasn't inside the villa, but outside the wall. It was a prank device, stuck on like a gecko, and it made wailing sounds, especially when the wind blew. Little Sootball smashed it to bits with one paw. That night, Chi Shu waited and waited, but no ghost ever appeared. The next day, Lai Si had a match. Chi Shu secretly tuned in to watch. Little Sootball sat on his shoulder, watching too. Chi Shu sighed, moving it to his other shoulder. Don't always sit on my right side. I'm going to get uneven shoulders. Little Sootball reluctantly moved. Also, you've been a little weird these past 2 days. Not as docile as you used to be. Did I make you mad? Little Sootball. Forget it. You couldn't be mad. I'm just overthinking. Chi Shu thought the kitten was adorable. A little temper was normal, so he didn't pursue it. The match began again. Chi Shu was a little nervous, as if he were the one fighting. Lai Si was up against the mecha dismantling maniac the chat had mentioned. That guy always aimed for core components, the energy core, the cockpit, the weapon bays, and the mechanical joints. Luckily, Lai Si was fast. He had mailed 2 cards 2 days ago, one ballet tornado slap and one 360-degree slide tackle. Chi Shu didn't know which one had use. But he was looking forward to the results. Little Sootball knew from his memories that Chi Shu was a powerful card master, but had never seen the cards in action, so he was also curious. He wanted to see just how strong this mate the quantum network had matched him with really was. He's frank in spiritual power, but he must have some redeeming qualities, he thought. Chi Shu was getting nervous watching. That opponent was playing dirty. Chi Shu, who had zero self-awareness and had completely forgotten that his own cards were far dirtier, couldn't help but send Lai Si a 500 Starcoin spaceship gift. Little Sootball. After sending the gift, Chi Shu's eyes were glued to the screen. In the league arena, Lai Si, now ranked 39th, had run into a tough opponent. His attack speed and defense were strong. And his beam saber and hyperlaser cannon were upgraded. He was skilled in both close and ranged combat. Lai Si remembered his father's words and refused to give up. He wanted to achieve something for his father to see. No matter the method, no matter how strong the opponent, he had to endure. The worst that could happen was death. The people in his family were born to pursue the extreme. If you were going to be ruthless to the end. Playing dirty, huh? Lysis' smile flashed on the Jumbotron. His rose-colored hair, handsome profile, and the sweat dripping from his forehead made the audience scream. But the next second, the red mecha vanished. The crowd's eyes widened, searching. When Lysis reappeared having been invisible for 1 second behind his opponent, the audience held its breath. Bang! The opponent's number 1 energy core was ripped out. He still had a backup. Having succeeded, Lysis immediately retreated, narrowly dodging the swing of the massive beam saber. Chi Shu was genuinely impressed. This guy had some serious willpower. Chapter 17, You're the third prince, aren't you? Little Sootball clapped its paws. It thought Chi Shu liked Lysis' type. It couldn't stop itself from trying to get his attention. Hello. Your partner is right here, and you're staring at another man for this long. The panther, who had no rights, had an opinion, but Chi Shu ignored it. He even scratched its chin. Though it was pretty comfortable. Little Sootball gradually forgot the issue. Chi Shu was still watching intently. The next second, the guy who'd lost an energy core suddenly went ballistic. Because Lysis had ripped out his unused energy core. The remaining core only had 30 power left. He had to end this fast. Lysis dodged desperately, every move a near miss. When the opponent used a star card to launch a fierce, all-out attack. Lysis had no choice but to use one too. After all, he couldn't let Chi Shu down just for the sake of challenging himself. High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Chi Shu for the divine assistance. The mecha system's voice was that of a mischievous young boy. Hearing it was that Chi Shu's card again, Lysis' opponent suddenly lost all desire to charge. But it was too late to turn back. His own high-level star card had boosted his combat power fourfold, enough to send Lysis flying with one punch. But now Lysis had used a card, too. Immediately after, he saw an oppressive, crimson tornado roaring toward him. Holy hell! What the hell is that? The live stream chat was screaming for Lysis' opponent to run, but it was too late. Although he could use his force-powered beam saber and laser cannon, he couldn't lock onto his target. The crimson tornado was fast, its trajectory unpredictable. The audience covered their mouths, almost unable to watch. As expected of a card made by that perverted card master. This card was actually a stack of several skills at once: speed, defense, and attack. Lysis' opponent began a miserable retreat. He was panting just as hard as Lysis had been, trying to stall for time. But 5 minutes passed and Lysis' mecha still hadn't stopped spinning. The viewers slowed the footage. They saw the card was displaying a ballet pose and was even flailing its arms wildly to charge power, as if preparing to hit hit a mecha. Sure enough, the mecha that could no longer run was furiously slapped by the tornado slapped until its head flew right off its body. The headless mecha never even got a chance to use its beam saber. It finally had to surrender when its cockpit was continuously compressed to the point of system failure. Fuck Chi Shu. Don't you ever let me see you. This was his opponent's last word before logging off. However, Lysis wasn't much better off. After securing the victory, he couldn't stop himself from puking his guts out in the cockpit. Had been spun stupid. If it weren't for his shrank physique, he was sure his brain would have been scrambled. The audience didn't know who to feel sorry for. Chi Shu meeting you must be Lysis' destiny, ha 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 ha. Okay, I get it. Next time, stop spinning. Just live. Living is what's important. It ain't easy. You'll never underestimate a cheater mecha again. They probably only win because they can take the abuse. What kind of pervert makes a card that does ballet and flails its arms to charge up an attack? I can't, ah ha 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 ha. I feel so sorry for both of them, but this is hilarious. Chi Shu rubbed his nose, embarrassed, and closed the screen. Thank God no one knew he was that card master Chi Shu. It was too humiliating. Little Sootball watched the whole match. Then turned its head to look at the young man. He looks like such a normal partner. He doesn't seem crazy. How are the cards he makes so? Little Sootball couldn't find the words. If it had to say, it could only be that Chi Shu was too strong, impressive, and admirable. It felt Chi Shu could be the president of the Card Master Association. With this level of skill, he'd be in high demand anywhere. Little Sootball felt proud of its mate and decided to treat the scrawny Chi Shu tonight. It was bored anyway, it'd be good exercise. Besides, it couldn't stand supermarket food or those nasty nutrient solutions. It wouldn't shirk its duty of care for its mate. Even if it was temporary, it wouldn't let him suffer. Now that they'd moved to District 85, it was even faster to get to the Imperial Palace. It went out, took a hover car to the palace, and strode with practiced ease to the Emperor's kitchens. Then, from the live tank, it snatched the biggest bag of fresh horned beast meat. The high-level chefs could see the third prince's spiritual body. They found a small spatial button, put it on Little Sootball's neck, and happily loaded it with fish and prawns. Feeling that still wasn't enough, they added some cake. They only dared do this because they had the Emperor's permission. Little Sootball was pleased. These people were on the ball. It worried itself sick thinking about how its mate lacked everything. Finally, it ran to its older brother's palace and found him in the training room. Yo, Carl. What are you doing here? The first prince crouched down, planning a sneak pounce, but it dodged him easily. The first prince, you need something? He couldn't talk to spiritual bodies, so he was just guessing. Oh whoa. Little Sootball turned, gesturing for him to follow. It went to the first prince's living room, patted the comfiest sofa perfect for lounging and then patted the dining table. Perfect for Chi Shu to put his food on while watching videos. The first prince, let me guess you're old third, aren't you? Oh whoa. Correct. The first prince was thrilled his brother was conscious, but also heartbroken. Seeing him hesitate, Little Sootball flashed its sharp claws. Your big brother owes you. He'll agree to anything. You don't have to threaten me. He'll order you new ones on the Starnet. After all, Old Third had ended up like this, replacing him in the Zerg battle. When he first came back, he was missing an arm. It had broken his heart. After, the first prince let Little Sootball pick out new furniture, packed it in the spatial button, and just as it was leaving, he suddenly asked, "Are you?" He didn't finish. His words trailing off meaningfully. Little Sootball didn't know what he meant and just ran. It raced from the palace back to Chi Shu's villa. Chi Shu only relaxed when he saw it return. Little Sootball was usually gone for no more than half an hour, this time had been a bit long. Had been worried it wasn't familiar with the area and had gotten lost. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. Aren't cats supposed to meow? Why is this cat so special? Little Sootball was speechless. How was this person so dense? He still hadn't realized it was a spiritual body. Whatever. What can you expect from a mate who's dead last in his class? As long as he knows how to come home from school, that's enough. Little Sootball continued to shoulder the burden of providing for the family. Chi Shu watched it pull the spatial button off its neck and push it toward him. What's this? Little Sootball, oh whoa. Look and see. Chi Shu looked, and his eyebrows raised. Chapter 18. Everyone in the card-making class is a lunatic. Imperial Special Supply. Don't tell me you're. Little Sootball raised its head, thinking, you finally guessed. You're not a total idiot. Don't tell me you're some royal family's pet cat. Will we be thrown in jail for stealing from the palace? No wonder that fish and those prawns I ate were so delicious. They were all Imperial Special Supply. Chi Shu had only just noticed the logo on the bags inside. Little Sootball. His spiritual body is a panther. Little Sootball tried to explain. It wanted to paw at Chi Shu's terminal, but he dodged. Wait, I need to ask the chief secretary. I have a feeling you know him. No wonder he looked at you funny last time. I'll ask him if you're some royal's lost pet. Little Sootball. The chief secretary picked up his voice call almost immediately. Chi Shu got straight to the point. The chief secretary had no intention of hiding it. He thought it was better to just say it. It would improve their relationship. When Chi Shu learned that Little Sootball was actually the third prince's spiritual body, his expression, for the first time, was one of pure shock. Isn't he in a vegetative state? His spiritual body can still move around. The third prince's spiritual power is immense. Even in a coma, he can allow his spiritual body to move freely. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Sorry to bother you. Not at all, third princess consort. Goodbye. Chi Shu. What princess? Shouldn't it be third prince consort? Besides, they'd probably divorce later, right? When the third prince woke up, he'd probably take one look at him and demand a divorce. After all, their statuses were worlds apart. He couldn't offer the third prince any support. After the screen went dark, he felt a little embarrassed looking at Little Sootball. Thank you for taking such good care of me all this time. You don't have to go to the palace to get me food anymore. It's troublesome and dangerous. What if something happens to you on the way? Chi Shu reached out and held its little paw, noticing the pink pads were a bit worn. His heart just ached. The original owner, with his low-rank spiritual power, didn't have a spiritual body, which was normal. As a result, Chi Shu didn't know much about them. After spending time with Little Sootball, he thought spiritual bodies were just like regular animals, maybe just a bit stronger. No wonder such a tiny thing could carry such a big fish. Chi Shu picked it up and, his heart aching, began to wash its paws. Little Sootball's fur was all ruffled from the nuzzling. This person is so clingy. So annoying. While feeling disdainful, it licked Chi Shu's face, unable to control itself. The next day, Chi Shu packed his things and was ready to go. He had specifically told Little Sootball to stay home, but the creature insisted on coming. A few minutes later, one man and one cat arrived at the school, parking the hover car in the lot. The Royal Mecha Academy was magnificent and imposing. The campus scenery had a cyberpunk feel, and the noble student body content was extremely high. Their quality, however, was unknown. The moment Chi Shu got out of the car, he attracted a crowd's attention. Isn't that Chi Shu? The one from the internet recently? Which one? The card master or the one who got dumped? The latter, right? How did he get in? Remote Poolin Star shouldn't have any slots, right? I mean, even that Su Bayan couldn't get in. Chi Shu sighed. This was the side effect of his ability being too strong. He could hear things he didn't want to, even from over 100 meters away. They weren't insulting him. But he could hear the disdain in their words. He was covered in scandals now. No matter what school he went to, he'd probably hear this. Chi Shu was actually getting used to it. Back at the base, people used to claim he'd controlled other ability users to do terrible things, framing him. But the people who framed him were all dead. In the apocalypse, without humanity or laws, anything was reasonable. The people who framed him just wanted to steal his food and resources and get him kicked out of the base. He wasn't, in fact, nearly as easygoing as he appeared. He was just trying his best to blend into this society and follow its rules. He just hoped everyone could be a little kinder. Little Sootball was perched on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. Chi Shu couldn't find his class, so he checked the map and got back on track. The center of attention on the first day, Chi Shu was expressionless. When he appeared at the card-making classroom, he was once again met with the stares of the entire class. Holy shit, you're the Chi Shu who got dumped by that scumbag on Starnet. Oh my god, you really have black hair and black eyes. You didn't dye it, did you? You look way better than in the photos Su Bayan posted. And your proportions aren't 5050 at all. You're at least 183 centimeters, right? Your legs are so long. Your brother was slandering you. Everyone in the card-making class was a lunatic. Every day, they were either slacking off or messing around on the Starnet. Their main hobby was gossiping, all day, everywhere. Chi Shu. A crowd of boys and girls swarmed him. Holy shit, it's the main character of the story. Your skin is so good. Sorry, don't mind them. The students in this class all have issues. The class president, whose hair looked like a street beggar's, pushed the group of freaks away. Chi Shu didn't want to get upset. But it was obvious he'd chosen the wrong major. The people in the card-making class were like a horde of zombies trying to surround him, a bit like The Walking Dead. Of course, they were more like a bunch of psychos. One was hanging from the door, one was lying flat on a long table, 2 were digging a hole in the classroom, and 1 was even giving another a haircut. 20 people in the class total. 18 lunatics, 1 half-lunatic the class president, and 1 normal person Chi Shu. He turned to leave. However, the class president blocked him, eyes shining. Where are you going? Class is about to start. He looked at Chi Shu like he was his savior. Little Sootball was awake now, roused by the chaotic environment. It wasn't surprised. The card-making class was supposed to be full of abnormal people. Good thing Chi Shu was normal and could still communicate. Still, it's not contagious, is it? Little Sootball was worried. It even wanted to contact the Emperor to find Chi Shu a more normal school. You can hold a class in this? Chi Shu looked at his beggar-like classmates. He felt he'd be too embarrassed to even acknowledge them in public. Why not? Then, Chi Shu saw something scarier than a zombie. A professor with an ashen, corpse-like face walked in. Little Sootball's claws instinctively tightened. It felt this person was the biggest threat in the entire room. Chi Shu, still unaware of the severity of the situation, went to the farthest corner and sat down, placing Little Sootball on his lap to listen to the lecture. Little Sootball wasn't asleep. On instinct, it suddenly released a spiritual power shield, covering itself and Chi Shu. Chapter 19. The class was drenched by the card the professor demonstrated. The students had no choice but to flee the scene. One of them, in a mad dash, even remembered to grab 2 potted plants on the way out. Chi Shu used his special ability for a quick defense, but it wasn't a defensive type and couldn't last. In the chaos, he didn't notice what Little Sootball was doing, he was just worried the cat would be uncomfortable if its fur got wet. He ran to the window, held Little Sootball tight, and jumped. Backed by both his special ability and his spiritual power, Chi Shu landed safely, his hair only slightly mussed. Little Sootball was stunned. This guy was so reckless. It wasn't strange for the card-making class to have an incident. But the students passing by below had never seen anyone jump from a building unassisted before. Did this guy have a death wish? Water poured from the 5th floor like a broken dam. This entire building was the card-making class territory. But this time, aside from Chi Shu, whose cuffs were only slightly damp, everyone else looked like a drowned beggar. Class wasn't over. So Chi Shu wasn't sure if he should leave. He stood under a tree, holding Little Sootball, and gazed up at the waterfall on the 5th floor. Dude, are your legs broken? Holy shit, brother, you just jumped straight out. Don't you want to live? That's a 6-meter-high floor. Chi Shu. Isn't this standard procedure for people in the interstellar era? Hey, are you that Chi Shu from the internet? The one who got cheated on? Chi Shu. He turned, his gaze flat. You guys have too much free time. Of course. We're from the horticulture major. Thanks for the water. We gotta go collect some before it's gone. The school is so cheap, always restricting water. Bullshit. Our horticulture water tank is empty. The card-making class stole our water. Chi Shu. He felt like had been scammed by the name Royal Mecha Academy. Where was the high-class and prestigious? Little Sootball decided it was time for its father emperor to transfer Chi Shu. What kind of school was this? It was too worrying for a panther. About 20 minutes later, Chi Shu was called back to the classroom. The professor, having unleashed a monsoon, had now dried the room. Chi Shu cautiously lowered himself onto a stool, awaiting his sentence. The professor just said, "Class is cancelled for today. You all saw what just happened. Go comprehend it on your own." Chi Shu. That's it? Huh. Is this for real? This is insane. Seeing his classmates file out, Chi Shu had no choice but to follow, or he'd look like an idiot. The class president grabbed his shirt. "I'll send you a copy of the runes. Memorize them." After they exchanged contact info, Chi Shu received a caterpillar track version of a traditional character partial collection. Why partial? Because it was incomplete. After leaving the classroom, Chi Shu's lips quirked. He suddenly thought this class wasn't half bad. 2 minutes of learning, a full day off. This was fantastic. The blissful life of a model slacker. Little Sootball was dumbfounded. Was his little mate even going to learn anything? Chi Shu was already so skilled, he didn't need to go to school. But to be an association president, you needed a university degree. Little Sootball was annoyed. Its father emperor was so unreliable, not even offering Chi Shu any advice. So lazy. Now Chi Shu was just forcing a smile. He was so unlucky, he must be putting on a brave, bitter face. Chi Shu, unaware of Little Sootball's thoughts, was planning to take the hover car to the mall. He needed to buy clothes for himself and the cat, some smart home appliances, and a robot housekeeper. The villa was too big. If the rental center hadn't cleaned it beforehand, he'd be overwhelmed. Hey, student. Can you help me? I'm stuck. Chi Shu. He took a deep breath and pulled the black framed glasses-wearing male student out from inside the wall had been wedged in. Thanks, man. Thank you so much. Interstellar people healed fast. Chi Shu saw he only had a few scrapes. Why were you stuck? He couldn't help but ask. Because there was a warning sign, and I figured, I'm so skinny, I definitely wouldn't get stuck in the wall. Chi Shu. Makes sense. Chi Shu turned and left. He didn't want to stay a second longer, afraid he'd regret it. When he got to the parking lot, he hurried to the car, afraid the class president would call him back. No way, we just got to class, and he's already going home. Must be from the card-making class. No way. He looks normal. True, how could a normal person be in the card-making class, ha ha ha. Chi Shu. He found he couldn't even argue. In the car, Chi Shu grabbed Little Sootball's paws, marveling, even though the first day was a mess. This school is way more relaxed than I expected. This could be a pretty good start. Little Sootball couldn't understand. Chi Shu thought this was good. Is that really a place for studying? That professor looked 500 years old, he practically looked dead. And those lunatics. Would they be a bad influence on his mate? Chi Shu seemed so well behaved, so innocent aside from the death-defying stunts, just a little too fearless. The cat was worried. And ashamed it couldn't help. Well, go to the mall, buy more necessities, and pick out a robot housekeeper. Then we won't have to cook or clean anymore. Chi Shu was happy. Not having to work was the best. He wanted to just lie in bed all day. If it weren't for needing to feed himself, had never put in any effort. His goal was just to earn money, buy a house, and save for retirement. As for being a partner, he probably wasn't cut out for it. He had no experience, was incredibly lazy, and couldn't give himself to someone completely. 10 minutes later, Chi-Shu got out of the car, holding little Sootball. He carried it everywhere. It felt good, being able to pet a cat. 247 was the best. The key was that little Sootball never made noise or ran around. It was like a fake cat. As expected of a clever spiritual body. Chi-Shu had 6 or 7 million on hand. Head just by a classic model housekeeper. It had solid functions and was only 990,000, a discounted model, even. He walked to the counter, raising his hand to pay, but a little black paw beat him to it. Ding! Payment successful. Chi-Shu was astounded. You little cat, you're a rich cat. Little Sootball, having paid, dived back into Chi-Shu's arms. It knew Chi-Shu didn't have much money. Star cards sold for a lot, but that money didn't last. You have a quantum terminal. You can pay with your paw. That's amazing. Your owner is so good to you. Letting a spiritual body have its own account. But I guess that's normal. There are so many beast men, they need to pay for things, too. A paw print scan is pretty convenient, Chi-Shu muttered to himself. He went to a store, grabbed 2 sets of clothes, and was about to pay. Little Sootball hopped down. The sales associate immediately understood. You're saying one of every type, correct? Oh whoa. The associate smiled and followed Mr. Panther's instructions, grabbing a set of every type in the correct size. They were all anti-corrosion, all-weather clothes. 1 or 2 sets weren't expensive, but a dozen of them added up to over 2 million. Little Sootball hopped onto the counter, pressed its paw to pay. And then leaped skillfully back into Chi-Shu's arms. Chapter 20. Chi-Shu felt like he was mooching off his cat. He decided he'd go home and make little Sootball delicious food every day. Don't spend from your little piggy bank next time. I can still afford 2 or 3 million. I get the sentiment. When your owner wakes up, you'll pay him back. You spent his money on someone else without his permission, after all. Chi-Shu earnestly advised the kitten not to be too nice to people, or he'd be scammed out of everything, down to his underwear. Little Sootball didn't know what underwear was. It only knew that as the head of the household, paying for things was normal. After that, Chi-Shu went to the pet store. He easily found clothes for the kitten and generously bought a dozen sets for it, too. The clothes were really just to make little Sootball easier to find at home. After the mall, Chi-Shu went home. He ate some of the cake little Sootball had brought back yesterday. Stewed a piece of meat for the cat, shredded it, and put it on the table. 1 man, 1 cat, began their lunch. As he was eating, Chi-Shu had no idea that on his first day, had become a hot topic on the campus forums for his death-defying leap. I'm Shrank and I wouldn't dare do that. Is Chi-Shu really Frank? I have my doubts. A person with spiritual power that low has a spiritual body. That little black furball is a spiritual body, right? They can. Low-rank people can have them, they're just not strong, and it's rare. No wonder I couldn't find Chi-Shu. He went to the card-making class. Treasure this normal Chi-Shu while you can. Honestly, I think Chi-Shu is the most abnormal one in his class. Everyone else, though crazy, took the quick exit route. He just jumped out the window. My God, as expected of someone who joined the card-making class, he jumped out a window on his first day. I'm in the Mecha Major. And even I wouldn't dare do that. You'd at least need to leverage yourself, right? I'm scared to even think about Chi-Shu's mental state. After being slandered so badly online, it's normal to be a little crazy, right? Even though he was a hot topic at school, the news that he had transferred to the Royal Mecha Academy hadn't gotten out yet. The chief secretary had specifically instructed the school's board. Once the school knew Chi Shu was connected to the imperial family, they didn't dare to be negligent, though they had no idea who he was. Chi Shu, completely unaware of the campus forums, missed his own gossip. After lunch, he set up all his new purchases, including the very heavy robot housekeeper. Chi Shu, that old fossil, read the manual for ages and couldn't figure it out. Little Sootball just went up and pawed at it, and the robot housekeeper successfully activated. "Hello, Master. I am delighted to be your housekeeper. Please give me a name. I will be at your service. Chi Shu, you're white and purple. Let's call you by G white paper. Little Sootball. Nice one. Spoken like our family's dead last." Chi Shu really had no talent for naming. He slept through most of his classic slacker. "Okay, register Little Sootball, too. He's the second master of the house." "Yes, master." The robot housekeeper adapted quickly. After scanning the villa, it got to work. "Okay, I'm going to take a nap." Little Sootball, as usual, followed him. Chi Shu turned. "Don't you have your own nest?" Little Sootball pretended not to understand and hopped onto his shoulder. "That's better." Every time he left Chi Shu, his body ached. But after being so clingy lately, the pain had eased. Little Sootball felt perfectly justified in its role as Chi Shu's bedwarmer. After all, it's just a spiritual body. What bad intentions could it possibly have? Chi Shu tried to suppress his smile. Just a few days ago, Head felt Little Sootball was being distant. Now it was so clingy. It was just too cute. How could a creature as adorable as a cat exist? Seeing Little Sootball walk right into the trap, Chi Shu chuckled. The chuckle grew more and more perverted as he buried his face in Little Sootball's belly, rubbing furiously. Little Sootball. Why do some people have such an innocent face but do such perverted things? It seemed to understand now. When it came to those star cards, Chi Shu was not innocent. 2 minutes of class, a full day off. Chi Shu was so happy that he rolled around on the bed with the cat. This was just too good. If only his last life had been 2 minutes of class and done. Chi Shu's lips were curved in a smile, his usually cool features softening. Little Sootball was held tight, its little black face wearing an expression of pure indulgence that no one could see. Before Chi Shu could fall asleep, a message popped up. A group notification from the class president. The opening ceremony was in 3 days, and attendance was mandatory. The president had just screenshotted the announcement and mass sent it. Chi Shu glanced at it, rolled over, and went back to sleep. The solid iron weight waited until he was asleep, then slowly wriggled out. It was worried about becoming the first panther in history to be crushed flat by its mate. This Chi Shu, he was cautious, but also not. How could he expose his true strength in front of someone else's spiritual body? Or was it just because Carl looked so harmless? Its mood was complicated. It didn't know when it would wake up, or if it would ever wake up, remaining a living vegetable. If that happened, what about Chi Shu? He wouldn't be able to find a partner for spiritual soothing. He'd be in agony. After turning 20. Spiritual power users were susceptible to spiritual power disorder. They required a partner's fusion and soothing to avoid the agony of ants burrowing into their hearts. The 26-year-old third prince, Alcipe, had overused his spiritual power, had no partner to soothe him, and had, not surprisingly, developed the disorder. It had flared up during the war, which is why Head ended up in a vegetative state. The news that Alcipe had regained consciousness spread through the family's online conference room. The Star Emperor was surprised, but then felt his third son was just being dramatic. For years, Head refused to find a partner, and the second he gets one, he's desperately hauling things home, terrified of starving his wife. Alcipe was the third son. He had 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. Aside from the first prince, the other brothers were pensive. They'd heard the rumors. At first, they thought it was a joke. Now, they weren't laughing. So, that Chishu causing all the drama online, that's Old Third's mate. The second prince was in disbelief. Did Old Third's power drop to Frank? The first prince shook his head. No. It actually went up. The second prince. Chapter 21, the other party didn't even recognize he was the fifth prince by his name. The remaining fourth and fifth princes felt like the sky was falling. Their older brother's fate was too tragic. I heard the third imperial sister-in-law is a slacker. Has our family ever produced a slacker? Maybe third brother is just too smart, and the quantum network system was afraid he'd threaten its position, so it found someone a billion times dumber to neutralize the gene pool. He can't be that dumb, right? I saw he passed the assessment. His card-making aptitude is 10. Isn't that incredibly average? Alcyp's two diehard Stan brothers were devastated, but their excellent upbringing stopped them from cursing out the quantum network. Father Emperor. Have you transferred his household registration over yet? Well, wait for Alcyp to wake up before deciding, the Star Emperor said calmly, watching his son's shell-shocked expressions. The first and second princes already had partners, both childhood sweethearts who were perfect matches politically and emotionally. They didn't have this problem. To think that Alcyp, the strongest in the family, had been matched with someone like this. It left a complicated, sour taste in their mouths. Perhaps because Alcyp was in a medical pod, the quantum network had misdosed and mismatched. They could retest when he woke up. However, they had no idea when that would be. Interstellar medicine was incredibly advanced, yet it still couldn't cure spiritual power disorder. The stronger the person, the more they suffered from spiritual power rampages and disorder. The second prince was also worried. He was his brother, after all. No matter how fiercely they fought. He was still concerned. Fifth brother, you're at the same school. Keep an eye on him. Hearing this, the fifth prince suddenly remembered what Chishu had pulled on his first day. His mind filled with the thought, this third sister-in-law is a real handful. He jumped from the fifth floor today. The Empress, who had just been listening in the background, was startled. The Star Emperor. The other princes. After a moment of silence, the fifth prince said miserably, Father Emperor, why can't you just change the law? Now third brother is stuck with this lunatic. The Star Emperor coughed. The chief secretary said the young man is quite normal. The jump was understandable. True, seeing the waterfall in the video, it did make a certain kind of sense. Then, the first prince spotted a new detail. He jumped from the fifth floor easily. That means his strength isn't bad. Maybe it's not just Frank. We shouldn't worry too much. That seems right. His legs didn't even break. The forums said his cuffs were only slightly damp. The princes had all been on edge, losing sleep over their third brother. It wasn't that they looked down on Chishu's origins, but they felt that only a strong person was worthy of Alcyp. The rumors about Chishu probably weren't true, but he would still likely be attacked by Alcyp's fans in the future. That was bad for both of them. In any case, let's not get our hopes up. Someone born with Frank power can't raise it by much, even with surgery or medicine, the first prince said, trying to put in a good word. He sensed his brother cared about Chishu. His strength might be lacking. But his character isn't bad. He even protected Old Third's spiritual body while jumping. That shows he's a good person. True. And third brother is a vegetable. Fifth brother, just watch him at school. Don't get involved in anything else. Their class only lasts 2 minutes. How am I supposed to watch him? By the time the fifth prince, Daniel, had rushed over, the card-making class had already gone home. They may not be in class, but they have a lot of activities and run all over campus. Just make sure nothing happens to him. We all owe old third. It's the least we can do. If Alcype hadn't been on the front lines all these years, they wouldn't have the luxury of messing around in their labs. The old men in the parliament and the crocodiles in the military were all eyeing the imperial family, waiting for a chance to dismantle their power. They'd even tried to marry their children to the third prince, but Alcype never attended any banquets. After the family meeting, the fifth prince, Daniel, was distressed. He decided to find someone to help him watch Qi Shu. He was too busy with his thesis and his lab work. The next day, Daniel walked the campus, scouting for candidates. The command major students looked normal, but the tacticians were all schemers. The mecha major students were all huge, handsome, high spiritual power jocks, but they were also mostly players. That was a non-starter. What if his sister-in-law fell for one of them? Mecha repair also a no. They were all cunning and liable to drag you off for manual labor. Mecha design. Their mental state was just as bad, if not worse, than the card-making class. Finally, he wandered over to the horticulture major and heard a cry for help. Student. Student. Help me. I'm stuck. Daniel. Don't go. Don't go. I'm really stuck. It was the same guy with the black-framed glasses. Daniel finally turned around, pulled him out, and asked, "Why are you stuck? Is someone bullying you?" "Oh, it's the fifth prince." "Hello. Actually, I just wanted to see if I'd still get stuck if I skipped lunch." Daniel glanced at the warning sign on the wall. Sometimes, he felt the fact that had survived this school as a normal person was a testament to his willpower. Daniel did a full lap and still couldn't find anyone suitable. His own guards were all terrifying looking. This was frustrating. The entire Royal Mecha Academy, and not one normal person. Forget it. I'll approach him myself. I'll add him as a friend, ask what he's doing every day, and quietly track his schedule to prevent any incidents. If I introduce myself, he'll definitely know who I am, right? Daniel, however, had thought too much. The next day, Daniel managed to find Qi Shu under a tree by the card-making building. But he was met not with surprise, but with a guarded look. The other party didn't even recognize that he was the fifth prince by his name. He was silent for 3 seconds, confirming that Qi Shu had absolutely no idea who he was. He was the one who was shocked. "Hey, can we be friends? I know you're in the card-making major. Maybe if you make any cards, you can think of me. I'm rich. I can pay double." Since Qi Shu didn't recognize him, he couldn't very well announce he was the fifth prince. How embarrassing to not be recognized. Chapter 22, Torrential Pear Blossoms with Lightning. Qi Shu observed Daniel. This person seemed more shy than Lai Si or Di Gung Si, and his special ability didn't detect any ill will. He added his contact info to get it over with. Little Sootball glanced at Daniel once, then went back to sleep. The die-hard fanbrother, seeing his third brother lying so comfortably in his mate's arms, felt extremely conflicted. "Okay. I'm heading out." Qi Shu had just gotten out of class and was in a hurry to get home and make cards. Had heard Lai Si had a live-streamed match this afternoon. His rank was already up to 35. He couldn't slack off, he and Lai Si were in the same boat now. "Okay, then. See you. See you. My first meeting with third sister-in-law over just like that." Had even gone the man of the people route and picked his most low-key hairstyle. Don't tell me Qi Shu has no intention of latching onto the imperial family. Why else would he not even recognize me? The truth was, Qi Shu's aesthetic was still stuck in the pre-apocalypse. He was somewhat face-blind to Western-looking features like Daniel's. And Daniel's blue eyes and blonde hair were extremely common in the interstellar era. Qi Shu had only glanced at the imperial family's photos once. He was a slacker, if he didn't actively memorize something. He'd forget it instantly. He could only tell people apart by their hairstyle and clothes. The current imperial family was united and harmonious. The emperor was in his prime, and his reign was far from over, so the sons were all well behaved, not even bothering to compete for the crown prince position. That night at the family dinner, the empress asked how his meeting with Qi Shu went. Daniel, embarrassed, had to report, "He didn't recognize me. He probably hasn't studied the imperial family members." "That's likely. Not everyone knows who we are," the empress comforted her son gently. At the same time, she confirmed one thing: this free third daughter-in-law of hers was interesting. The chief secretary had invited him to the palace, and had refused. He hadn't tried to publicize his new status as a semi-royal. He was keeping a low profile, only making noise to get his revenge. The empress was intrigued. She realized the young man's spiritual rank was low. And he might be frightened if she visited, so she restrained herself from going to see him. After lunch, Qi Shu was lazing on the sofa, watching the regional mecha league. Lai Sis match had an accident. His mecha had been sabotaged by a repairman, but the sensor had malfunctioned and failed to detect it. Luckily, he had a weird high-level star card. Lai Si was both terrified and embarrassed. He waited until his opponent, confident he was about to land the killing blow, unleashed his ultimate move. At that moment, the blazing fire mecha, whose view was locked on its legs, suddenly squatted. High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Qi Shu for the divine assistance. The mecha's boyish system voice rang out. It then began to slide tackle the blue mecha, which was still in its attack pose. A 360-degree slide tackle. The blue mecha was stunned. It had to hop and skip to avoid the jump rope, nearly twisting its ankle. After 3 minutes of this, it hadn't landed a single hit and it fell over. But Lai Sis mecha was out of his control. It just kept using leg sweeps and slide tackles. The mecha on the ground couldn't aim, and Lai Si just swept, and swept, and swept until he swept it right off the stage. Boom! The mecha fell off the cliff-like arena. Lai Si, however, could only turn and continue slide tackling. He was mortified, and he was breaking down. The match was over, but he still had 3 minutes left. The live stream chat was dying of laughter. It's hard to tell who's suffering more psychological damage, the user or the victim. Did anyone hear the blue mecha curse right before he fell? That card master gets a new enemy with every card he makes. I can't believe the handsome little red, after the arm flailing, is now slide tackling. That card master is as perverted as ever. Qi Shu was beginning to realize the severity of the problem. Thankfully, not even the Card Master Association could look up his info. He let out a breath of relief. If he were ever found out, he wouldn't be hunted by one person, he'd be hunted by a mob. His heart thumping, Qi Shu closed the live stream. That was intense. Lai Sis rank had now climbed to 30th. He was getting closer to the top 10. 50 million wouldn't buy a villa. A decent, medium-sized one with a smart defense system and a small yard would be over 500 million. Qi Shu felt his ambitions were growing. Lai Si, having won again, called Qi Shu, crying. "Wah Qi Shu, did you do it on purpose?" "I really didn't. A few days ago, they were calling me Little Ballet Prince. Today, they're calling me Slide Tackle Bro." "Sorry," Qi Shu said, though he was trying hard not to laugh. He wasn't the one doing the moves. "But I have to thank you. I was out of options. Today's opponent was shady. He's the parliament president's son. He's got connections. It was easy for him to pull a stunt. I wasn't expecting it. If I didn't have your card, I would have lost. He's just more shameless than I am," Lai Si whined. Qi Shu didn't even understand the political system here. Had just figured out the noble ranks, and now there was a parliament president. The original owner truly was a slacker, raised all wrong by the Earl. He knew nothing, never learned, and was told the star net would corrupt him. He had been, in every sense, raised to be useless. It wasn't his fault that his grades were bad. Thinking of this, Chi-Shu's hatred for the Earl's family deepened. Chi-Shu. Are you listening? Yeah. Go on. I was just saying about the next card. I can't control it. My hand has a mind of its own, Chi-Shu answered honestly. Okay, Lai Si had just been asking. As long as he won, who cared about his pride? At worst, he'd just be mocked by his family and the internet. Chi-Shu felt bad. But he really couldn't help it. They chatted a bit more, and just before they hung up, Chi-Shu sent him another card. Torrential Pear Blossoms with Lightning. Chapter 23, Loaning Academic Credits. Lai Si took one look at the special effects and thought it was awesome. He felt that this time, he could definitely win his dignity back. Where the onstage water and needles would come from was not something Chi-Shu concerned himself with. At that moment, Lai Si was ecstatic. He was thrilled at the thought of reclaiming his honor in the next match and happily transferred 1.5 million to Chi-Shu. Chi-Shu's account now had over 9 million. He first transferred 3 million back into the terminal the chief secretary had given him, planning to return it all once the third prince woke up. He then contacted the legal team to pay them the remaining 6 million. The head of the legal team was scared to death and immediately refunded the money, saying the fees had already been paid and begging him not to transfer any more. Chi-Shu hadn't expected the chief secretary to have covered that as well. Little Sootball watched, annoyed. Was Chi-Shu this reluctant to spend his money? They were partners, even if only temporarily. It felt a little dejected. It actually loved money. It had saved a lot from the wars and owned several lucrative planets. It was the richest of all the brothers. Chi-Shu had no idea what the cat was thinking. He just rubbed its belly, sending a stream of soothing special ability into its body. As expected, the little guy immediately showed him its belly. And its paws. Only Little Sootball's paw pads were pink. Chi-Shu couldn't help but pinch them, press them, and then rub them against his own cheek. Little animals really were the cutest. Thank God the third prince didn't know he was tormenting his spiritual body like this. He squinted his eyes in bliss. A certain black furball was currently in ecstasy, completely oblivious to what Chi-Shu was doing. After a good half-hour of bliss, the furball finally came to its senses, followed by a wave of embarrassed anger. Chi-Shu's pets had felt too good, its mind had gone completely blank. Chi-Shu didn't keep much money for himself. He transferred the 6 million back into the secretary's terminal, leaving himself with only about 100,000. The table and sofa in the house had been transported from the Imperial Palace by Little Sootball. They were brand new. He looked them up online. The sofa started at 2 million, the table at 4.5 million. It was beautiful, came with a set of chairs, had a self-heating function, and could be raised or lowered. When it was hot, it even emitted cool air. It also contained a top-level energy stone that the manual claimed would last 300 years. Chi-Shu. Having these two items in the living room instantly elevated the villa's entire vibe. No wonder so many card masters were still poor despite being powerful. The cards were mostly single-use consumables, and everything on the capital star was absurdly expensive. When all was said and done, you couldn't save much. Not unless you could pump out a high-level star card every single day. Chi-Shu couldn't do that yet. His special ability regenerated more slowly than he used it. You couldn't get fat in one bite. That evening, Chi-Shu received a complimentary pure white uniform from the Royal Mecha Academy. The top had to be cinched with a black belt, and it came with a pair of long, hot-looking black boots. A black beret. And finally, a black insignia to be worn on the jacket's left shoulder. The insignia was used to distinguish departments. Black represented the dark powers, the card-making and chemical research departments. Gold was for the Unified Mecha Department. Dark blue was for the command and flight departments. Green was for the agriculture botany department. Red was for the solo combat department. After this brief overview, he, as usual, immediately forgot all of it. The next morning, Chi-Shu dressed neatly and set off with his little black furball. Little Sootball was still half asleep, pressing its face against Chi-Shu's chest with a milk-scented air. Chi-Shu covered the little guy with his hand to block the light, murmuring, "Have you gotten fatter?" Little Sootball's beautiful golden eyes snapped open, glaring at Chi-Shu for slandering it. Chi-Shu chuckled and pinched its neck. "Fine. Not fat. So cute." He wondered how long Little Sootball would stay with him. Chi-Shu closed his eyes to rest for a few minutes. His seat wasn't even warm before they arrived at the school. The class president had mass sent the location of the opening ceremony in the open-air auditorium. Chi-Shu checked the time. It was still early. He strolled leisurely through the campus, only using his special ability to speed up when he realized how far it was. Other people just thought he was using spiritual power and were curious. Chi-Shu's Frank was different. Chi-Shu was a little excited to be attending his first interstellar university opening ceremony. He found the card-making section and sat in the very back row. It was only then that he realized all the classmates around him were strangers. A young man with a low, blue ponytail, a civilized look, and silver-rimmed glasses with a chain greeted him. His face slowly began to overlap with the memory of his class president. "Who are you?" Chi-Shu asked bluntly. "Your class president." "Inta." Chi-Shu. "And them?" "Your classmates." Chi-Shu's face was full of disbelief, as if to say, "You're lying. This group of handsome men and beautiful women was that pile of beggars. Can I ask why? They're very not normal today." Chi-Shu was a bit uncomfortable, especially with all the eyes that looked like they wanted to swarm him. Improper appearance and grooming. It's a 50-credit deduction. Chi-Shu paused. "What's the total?" 50. You have 50 credits to deduct. We loan academic credits. Chi-Shu. The opening ceremony is live-streamed to the entire galaxy. The student's appearance represents the school's reputation. You can be as crazy as you want normally, but at critical moments, you have to put on a show. Chi-Shu nodded. "Got it. Formalities." At this, Inta suddenly chuckled. "Cherish them while they're like this." Chi-Shu wanted to say, "Look who's talking," but he held his tongue. Out here, you had to play the game or you'd be game over. Right. Inta seemed to enjoy sitting next to him. Chi-Shu didn't mind, but the cat in his lap kept squirming. He pinched its tail to make it quiet down. In a bedroom in a certain palace, a district away, the man on the bed suddenly had a flush creep across his face. At the opening ceremony. Why is there a match? Chi-Shu saw two students on a distant stage who had just finished fighting. It's just the interdepartmental combat match. Don't worry, no one will pick us. Why? They probably want to stay on the card-making department's good side. Inta's voice had barely faded when a beam of blue light shot out and landed on Chi-Shu. Chi-Shu shielded his eyes. You were saying no one would pick us. Chapter 24. Chi-Shu doesn't fight fair. Inta laughed. No problem. I'll give you a medium-level combat card. I guarantee you'll knock his teeth out. You're new, so you might not know, in these matches, you just have to leave him alive. The medical pod will fix him. Don't be polite. He's challenging you because he wants to cripple you, so you don't have to be polite either. Chi-Shu. Well, the class president has a point. Chi-Shu had to stand. He placed Little Sootball on his seat. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Don't run off. If you promise, give me a paw. Little Sootball hesitated, but raised its paw and tapped Chi-Shu's. Spiritual bodies weren't allowed in the match, so it couldn't help. The entire class was watching him. They looked nervous, but they still pulled out all their most treasured cards, medium, high, a whole variety. One person even offered him 10 to choose from. Chi Shu. I thought you said you couldn't even make one card a year. He was now, apparently. The entire class hope. Dozens of shining eyes were fixed on him. In the end, Chi Shu just took Inta's combat card. The other students looked disappointed. His conscience twinged, but not by much. Far across the auditorium, in the solo combat department section, a chestnut-haired young man smirked, slowly rose, and walked to the stage. He was a childhood friend of Chi Shu's ex-fiancé, Slade. Slade had been utterly humiliated because of Chi Shu recently. Since the opening ceremony had a large crowd, had bribed the backstage staff to get his name on the screen, allowing him to pick an opponent. This was a standard part of the ceremony. The real event only started after the match. The fifth prince, Daniel, who was still sulking about not being recognized, had been forced to come. He knew someone would pull a stunt. Ah, it was Alisandmu. Son of a level 1 parliamentarian and Slade's friend. Although the lunatics in the card-making class were all cheat codes if you picked one at random, Chi Shu was different. He was a slacker who'd only been in class for 2 days. What the hell did he know? Was jumping out a window a skill? Daniel half covered his eyes, unable to watch. Should he jump in when his sister-in-law was about to get beaten? But that would be breaking the rules. Whatever. I'll just watch. Daniel's heart had only been pounding for a few seconds when a weight settled on his shoulder. A black furball. He almost yelped, but forced his voice down. Bro, what are you doing here? The black furball impatiently patted his shoulder. Daniel understood immediately. Got it. After it's over, I'll help sister-in-law teach that blind fool a lesson. The furball was satisfied and turned its gaze to Chi Shu. Chi Shu felt like he was walking down the central axis of the auditorium. Stares of disdain, contempt, curiosity, excitement, pity, and sympathy tangled around him. As for fighting, Chi Shu didn't know. Had never been in close combat with an interstellar person. He didn't know their strength. When Chi Shu stepped onto the stage, even more people grew tense. The school board was sweating. They couldn't make an exception for Chi Shu. The match could only be stopped if it suddenly hailed, or a tornado hit, or an earthquake, but that was just daydreaming. The weather was perfect. The moment Chi Shu was on the stage, the crowd roared. Solo combat, Alisandmu. Card making, Chi Shu. The whistle blew. A fist shot toward him, fast and strong, clearly aiming to break his nose. Chi Shu tilted his head, grabbed the incoming wrist, and mobilized the special ability in his body. With a light twist, the arm was wrenched from its socket, blood spraying. He skillfully dodged, keeping his uniform clean. Ah. My apologies. I didn't realize your arm was so brittle. HHH, the man howled in agony, watching his own arm get twisted off. The black-haired young man, who looked so harmless, was staring with wide, dark eyes, as if curiously studying his bone structure. The crowd below. The fifth prince. Had been worried for nothing. Little Sootball nodded, satisfied. The fifth prince couldn't help but whisper, "Bro, your mate is kinda brutal." Little Sootball shot him a look. This useless brother is so hopeless. A fight with only scratches is barely a fight. On a battlefield, he'd be the first one fed to the Zerg. Only the brutal and decisive survive. People in the crowd marveled. That guy didn't even use their card. Terrifying. As expected of the card-making class. Is Alisandmu stupid? Why would he provoke them? Ugh, I think I'm gonna lose my lunch. Alisandmu, having lost his dominant right arm, was grimacing in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. But even so, he couldn't use his spiritual power. Using spiritual power in a combat match meant expulsion. He didn't understand. How was this guy so strong? Qi Shu didn't care about martial honor. He raised his hand, not in apology, but in a "you need more practice" kid gesture. Alasanma's physique was at least a rank. He was bullying Qi Shu, who was supposedly in a rank. He was the one being shameless first, so don't expect Qi Shu to fight fair. It's a shame I can't twist your neck. Qi Shu dodged a clumsy punch and kicked the man straight into one of the stage's support pillars. He walked with an elegant, unhurried pace, just to keep his beret on. The rules only said no spiritual power. They didn't say no special ability. Qi Shu felt zero guilt. He smiled, crouched down, and grabbed the man's chestnut-colored hair, forcing his head up. Qi Shu smiled, whispering in his ear, "Are all you solo combat guys like this? Can't even beat in a rank? No way. How embarrassing for your department." Qi Shu's innocent face, combined with that smile, sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Trash. I'll kill you. I shouldn't have held back. Okay. Then give it your all. Qi Shu let go. The man, still on his knees, turned to kick him. Qi Shu stood and stepped back. The moment the man got to his feet, Qi Shu unleashed another high roundhouse kick. Alasanma's body flew again, slamming into the opposite pillar. Half his teeth shattered. The card-making students all looked at Inta. "Class Prez, what did you say to him? Just don't kill him." "Oh. Good. But he looks kinda dead." "He'll be fine." Inta was surprised Qi Shu hadn't used the card. And his physique, it had to be shrank, right? He remembered that the solo combat students were shrank on average, the best of the best. How could he not even beat Qi Shu? Chapter 25, Possessed by the Star Card Ancestor. Inta estimated that after this match, the school administration would retest Qi Shu. He was also very curious what this new classmate's actual spiritual power and physical stamina levels were. On the stage, Qi Shu unhurriedly stepped on his opponent's back, as if grinding the entire solo combat department's honor into the dust. They, the solo combat students, were furious but didn't dare speak. In truth, they'd been jealous of the card-making department for a long time, but they needed favors from them, so they kept their mouths shut. Who could they blame? Card masters were just too rare. You don't go too far. Actually, I'm pretty impressed. You've lost an arm and still haven't surrendered. The young man looked down at him, but Alasanmu could only feel that his opponent was looking at him with the eyes one reserves for a corpse. If Qi Shu knew this, he'd definitely say he was being misunderstood. He'd mostly fought zombies, he'd barely had any fights with people. With his fair face and delicate features, no one would have imagined that the weak-looking Qi Shu, who looked like a strong wind could blow him over, would twist a man's arm off at the very start. The medical pod could save him, but regrowing a limb was time-consuming. It would take at least 3 months. Not only were the students below impressed, but the school board was also sweating. Thank God, Qi Shu won. While Alasanma's father would surely hold the school accountable, what could he do? That student had brought this on himself. Who did he have to pick, other than the one who looked easiest to bully? And look at the result. Qi Shu had originally planned to act like a good student. Even though he was a slacker, had wanted to leave a good impression. But, who asked this guy to provoke him? Alasanmu, who had wanted to humiliate Qi Shu in front of the entire empire, had it blow up spectacularly in his own face. Everyone present, including Qi Shu, had almost forgotten it was a live broadcast. By the time he noticed the broadcast orb, it was too late. Well, since had already started, he might as well be thorough. Alasanmu steadily received the rest of the blows, his face becoming bruised and swollen. Qi Shu had originally considered twisting off all 4 of his limbs, but that was too bloody. Besides, how could he fight if his opponent was limbless? So, after being beaten to a pulp for 10 minutes, the battered Alasanmu finally couldn't take it and surrendered. The netizens who had been spamming Chi Shu is trash. I don't think I'm awake today. Chi Shu's physique is that strong. Didn't Su Baiyan say it was a rank? So what if his physique is strong? His frank spiritual power is useless. The guy getting beaten has frank spiritual power. If he dared to use it, Chi Shu would be dead. How could he? He'd be expelled for breaking the rules. Trash is still trash. This is all he can do. I'm out. Did no one notice he got into the card-making class? That's the Royal Mecha Academy's card-making class. Who knows how some people got their slot? LMAO, does he think just because his name is also Chi Shu, he can be a card master? Is he trying to ride the coattails of the other one who's so popular right now? After the match, the department head immediately took Chi Shu to be retested. Same old result, frank spiritual power, rank physique. The head adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Your opponent was in rank physique. How did you beat him? Chi Shu, holding little sootball, looked blank and mumbled, I don't know either. Just now, I felt like the star card ancestor suddenly possessed me. My strength just got stronger. Little sootball. Card making was already a flaky, superstitious profession, the least logical of all majors. The department head frowned. Thought for a moment, and then slapped his thigh. That makes sense. Little sootball. That works. After Chi Shu came out, his ranks on the school's spiritual power and physique boards remained unchanged, only the time of the recording was updated. In other words, he was still a little piece of trash. And the reason for Chi Shu's sudden strength was blamed on the star card ancestor. The school administration found this to be perfectly reasonable. Nothing wrong here. The other departments were on an emotional roller coaster. If a trash Chi Shu was this strong, wouldn't the ranks in the card-making class be god level? Even though many online still refuted Chi Shu's strength, some people were starting to have an existential crisis. If Chi Shu was frank, what did that make them? Inflated ranks. The fifth prince was still in a daze by the time he got back to the palace. He wanted to say he'd seen his third brother. But the person he really wanted to talk about was Chi Shu. That night, after washing up, he pulled the whole family into an online conference and recounted the day's events from start to finish. They retested him. Still frank spiritual, rank physique. Everyone had secretly watched the video today, but they were too embarrassed to admit they'd been paying such close attention. After all, he was a new semi-member of the family. Humans are curious creatures. They had all slacked off to watch the Royal Mecha Academy's opening ceremony. He also said the star card ancestor possessed him and saved him. And you believe that? But what other explanation is there? His body is completely normal. The fifth prince reported on Chi Shu. Then moved on to his brother. And third brother's spiritual body looks a lot bigger than last month. It seems he's slowly recovering. This should have been good news, but the others looked worried. The fourth prince asked, Chi Shu looks so violent. What if he and third brother get into a fight? Third brother has a terrible temper, too. And he never talks, and when he does, his words are brutal. Before, people worried Chi Shu wasn't good enough for old third. But after seeing his face, they had nothing to say. He looked so well-behaved and innocent, he was just a vicious fighter. In short, Chi Shu's reputation was now legendary at the Royal Mecha Academy. Many students had previously been focused on being super competitive grinds and paid no attention to online news. Most were nobles or heirs who were either going to inherit a business or work hard for a career in the military. Today's opening ceremony showed them the lethality of that soft bun. That Alasanmu was shrank. If Chi Shu had used a card, fine. But he didn't. He was calm and composed the entire time, his beret didn't even shift. He was totally showing off. You'd think Chi Shu was the one with strength physique. Was this reasonable? Possessed by the star card ancestor. Only an idiot would believe that. The controversy over Chi Shu's mysterious maneuver continued, but the person in question paid it no mind. Chapter 26, Do You Need a License to Curse Someone Out? After the opening ceremony, the most battered person was Alessandro. He had lost his right arm and wouldn't be able to train for at least 3 months. The price was too high. He never imagined Chi Shu could beat him, much less be so ruthless. His teeth were nearly all gone, his jaw dislocated, his leg fractured, and an arm missing. There wasn't a single good spot on his body. He couldn't help but video call Slade and cry. That Chi Shu likes you so much. Go curse him out for me. Or make him come apologize. I really can't swallow this. Slade, do you understand? Alesh, you were too impulsive. You shouldn't have acted so rashly. I was planning to persuade him privately. But it already happened. Can you stand to see your good friend suffer this humiliation? Isn't he supposed to be willing to do anything for you? He hasn't contacted me lately. He's probably mad at me. I just need to coax him a little. I know he's having trouble accepting our broken engagement. So? You're not going to help me? I only got hurt for you. You said you were upset about all your bad press on the Starnet. Alright, stop being angry. I'll persuade him to come apologize. He really was a bit much today. A bit? Slade, you really disappoint me. I suggest you think before you speak, before my patience runs out. Fine, fine, fine. You're so great. You get to say everything. I deserved it, okay? I deserved it. Alessandro hung up. If he couldn't get revenge at school, he'd just find a chance to kill Chi Shu. Today, that guy had utterly humiliated him. Slade was clearly useless. If he wasn't the son of a duke, he'd have broken ties with this friend already. Slade, on the other end, simply continued admiring the footage of Chi Shu. He'd never seen this violent side of him. He'd known Chi Shu was his fiancée since they were children, and he had only ever treated him with contempt. Whether he cursed him, hit him, or slept with other people right in front of him, that wooden block never made a sound. At most, he'd sulk, and 2 days later, he'd be back, fawning over him, crying and begging him not to let go. He was sick of it. Sick of that Chi Shu. However, the moment they broke the engagement, he'd started to regret not eating him first. Later, the guy talked trash about him online, but he'd let it slide. He was the one who broke the engagement first, he could forgive him that once. Now why hadn't he contacted him in so long? Before. If he didn't reply, the guy would cry and whine, showing up covered in injuries. It had been almost half a month. That guy had gotten bold. Using today's incident as an excuse, Slade made a video call to Chi Shu's terminal. On the other end, Chi Shu was busy making dinner. Tonight, he was making potato and beef stew using beef-like horned beast meat. Little Sootball, my terminal. Bring it over. Little Sootball was lounging on the sofa like a king. It saw the name Slade on the pop-up screen and decided not to move. Humph. A mere duke's son, and not even the heir, dares to show his face to my mate. Baby, help your big brother get his terminal. Oh whoa. No. Hurry up, or he'll get mad. Little Sootball was in disbelief. Was Chi Shu really yelling at him for another man? The furball reluctantly dragged the terminal bracelet over. Chi Shu held him by the rump with one hand. Oh, it was the exfiance. Was he looking to get cursed out? Chi Shu calmly accepted. The person on the other end had a cold face, clearly looking for a fight, just like in the original owner's memories. A narcissistic, arrogant jerk. What is it? I don't usually talk to rotten cucumbers. You have 1 minute of my time. Start confessing your sins. Slade hadn't expected Chi Shu to not only know how to fight, but to have such a sharp tongue. Head called him a rotten cucumber. And worse, he actually understood what it meant. He was furious. He had a whole script prepared to guilt-trip Chi Shu into apologizing. Sins. Do you have no manners? Have you forgotten all your noble etiquette? Or are you just a commoner at heart, destined to be consumed by your own base, filthy nature? There it was. The endless gaslighting. The original owner, who was frequently abused, used to beg his fiancée for help. Only to receive a cold shoulder and ridicule. My manners are reserved for people who deserve them. And you're just a festering pile of sores wrapped in a pretty package. Your heart is rotten, despicable, and disgusting. The sight of you makes me sick. Thank God you broke the engagement, or I'd never have shaken off a stinking bug like you. Chi Shu's every word was an ice pick stabbing at him. Slade was stunned. How could the gentle, understanding, pitiful creature he once knew have such a vicious mouth? What? Unconvinced? To be honest, I'm just not interested in you. So what if you're a duke's son? You're not the heir. You're average looking. You have 2 older brothers, you're the weakest, and you're just an illegitimate son whose mother only got your father to give you his last name. In truth, you're worthless. Little Sootball could almost hear the sound of a man shattering. It never realized Chi Shu, who was so quiet at home. Was this lethal? He knew exactly how to twist the knife. Also, you're not still dreaming I'll fawn over you, are you? Yes, I was blind before. But ever since I saw you in bed with someone else, I've been physically and mentally disgusted by you. My only regret is not realizing what a piece of trash you were sooner. You. The drawback of the interstellar common tongue was immediately apparent. Slade couldn't find the words to curse him out. He was red-faced, burning with rage. He had been rejected. Chi Shu had called him dirty. What right do you have to talk to me like that? No right? Do I need a license to curse someone out? My apologies, my internet must be slow. I didn't realize you needed to be certified to insult people, Chi Shu said with a chilling smile. Chapter 27, Isn't this all backwards? Thinking of this, Chi Shu suddenly laughed. Oh, right. You definitely didn't know, did you? In the food I used to send you. I caught some highly nutritious red peak bugs. They're tiny and just love to gather animal feces. Bleck Slade dry heaved on the spot, regretting he hadn't cut the video call sooner. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. My brother, Su Bayan, actually has several infectious diseases. You should probably get checked. Click. The sound of the call disconnecting rang out. Chi Shu chuckled. The combat power of interstellar people was just too weak, they didn't even know how to argue. But he was an apocalyptic pea-shooter. Little Sootball, having witnessed the power of Chi Shu's verbal attacks, felt that when they divorced, had better just give him 2/3 of the assets. He was afraid of being cursed out by Chi Shu. Good thing had always been chaste. And that Slade guy was just too rotten. Thank goodness Chi Shu hadn't fallen into that trap and had come to his senses. Little Sootball completely approved of Chi Shu's methods. If needed, he could even help him toss that guy to the Zerg. The third prince, never one to be merciful, felt a rage build in his heart, wishing he could wake up immediately and vent his mate's anger. He couldn't stand it for a second. Even with the mind of a kitten, he had all his memories, and his way of thinking meant he couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand in his eye. Damn it! The more he thought, the angrier the little furball got, drumming his paws on the table. Chi Shu's words, fired across dozens of star systems, had completely broken Slade. Had forgotten all about making Chi Shu apologize. He was just thinking about his private life. The reason Head never dared to get a checkup was because he was terrified his father would find out Head caught some popular infectious disease. After hearing Chi Shu's words, he ran to a medical pod and lay down. The results, he really was sick. It must have been Su Bian who infected him. And it was called bug disease. A nerve-damaging illness that couldn't be cured. No wonder he was always so itchy at night, like bugs were crawling on him. Damn it. Slade was furious. In his rage, he destroyed half the room. And Chi Shu dared to reject him, call him an illegitimate son, and say he was disgusting. Shaking with rage, Slade suffered a spiritual power overload that night and even injured the Duke, who had just returned home. The Duke, in a fury, locked him in the beast fighting cage, refusing him food and medical care. Disgusting thing, was the Duke's final word before he left. Slade, in the throes of his spiritual overload, just kept muttering the word disgusting. If Chi Shu knew, He'd just say serves him right. The original owner had endured countless agonizing nights. Slade had a mental breakdown just from being cursed out a little. It wasn't 1% of what the original owner had suffered. He knew the original owner loved him, yet he played with his feelings, gaslit him. And deliberately made him deliver food in the rain, forcing him to watch a cheating scene that nearly stopped his heart. The word disgusting wasn't nearly enough to describe his exvience. The next day, Chi Shu went to class, but not in uniform. He saw everyone else wearing mysterious-looking, magic-robo-like outfits, so he just wore a random set of clothes inconspicuous, but not cheap. No one could find fault. After one night, the handsome class president's hair was greasy again, his clothes a mess. Chi Shu returned the combat card. Thanks for the tip yesterday. It was useful. The classmates. Seriously. One dared to say it, the other dared to do it. Did Chi Shu not know the class president was the most dangerous person in the room, second only to the professor? Their expressions were complicated. But not for long. They soon returned to their listless state. Yesterday's beautiful people had been a dream. Chi Shu was used to it. Beggars it is. Today's class was an outdoor activity. They had a different professor. He told the class president to imitate his star card symbols on the ground. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck right near the students. Chi Shu grabbed his furball and dived out of the way. A few classmates were hit. Thanks to their shrank physiques, they only suffered superficial injuries. Their hair was fried, and they were covered in soot. Chi Shu swallowed. Head really underestimated the card-making class. Head actually believed the rumor they couldn't make one card a year. The rumors were just to fool people. Look at the class president, look at the students who weren't even dead after being struck by lightning. Alright, any other students want to come up and try? No. Class has only been on for 3 minutes. It's not good to dismiss this early. The school severely criticized our class yesterday. The professor complained to the students with a pained expression. Chi Shu. Isn't this all backwards? What kind of teacher complains to their students? Soon, he learned this was normal. Everyone in the class was either rich or noble. The class president, Inta, for example, was a young marquis, just like Di Gung Si Snakeman. Inta's mother was also the largest nutrient solution supplier in the galaxy. Just then, the smoking, thunderstruck classmate next to him spat out a puff of smoke and cursed the school. They've got nothing better to do. Don't worry, Professor. From now on, our classes will not go over 5 minutes. Right. Don't be afraid, Professor. We've got your back. Chi Shu, right. The professor nodded gratefully for 3 minutes, and then class was dismissed. Little sootball. Is this school even functional? Inta watched the professor leave, then walked over to Chi Shu. You were amazing yesterday. I didn't think you'd just go up and twist his arm off. By the way, you were too polite. I saw he still had 2 teeth left. You're too kind. But don't worry, not many people will dare to bully you at school from now on. If they do, Inta leaned in and whispered, "I'll help you take care of him." Chi Shu. Wow. This class president is different. Not your traditional class president. Oh, right. We have another class this afternoon in the East Campus. Don't forget. Inta patted his shoulder, glanced at the kitten, and left. Little Sootball just looked at him, then lost interest. Not a threat. Not a good guy, but not a bad guy. Chi Shu could be friends with him, but not barrier cell friends. Class in the East Campus. Chi Shu didn't get it. He only understood when he got there, they were crashing another class. The card-making professor was slacking off. So they were crashing the interstellar history class that every department had to take. At first, Chi Shu tried to pay attention. Then, he just flopped onto the desk and fell asleep. Inta had thought Chi Shu was a hardworking student, a total misfit for their class. He didn't expect him to fall asleep less than 2 minutes in. A minute later, Inta raised his hand. "Professor, my classmate isn't feeling well. I'm taking him to the nurse." And then he hauled the sleeping Chi Shu out of the room. Chapter 28, Don't Tell Me the Third Prince is Getting Fat, too. Chi Shu, who had vaguely heard his class president, let himself be dragged out before standing up straight. He could feel the envious stares of his classmates. As expected of student Chi. "You catch on quick. I'm leaving." Chi Shu nodded. As expected of the card-making class president. Skipping class and bringing a friend. Little Sootball stood at his feet, its eyes full of anxiety. It thought. The worst decision Father Emperor ever made was letting Chi Shu come to this school. Had been in class for a week and hadn't learned a thing. That professor's lecture was like a lullaby for toddlers. No wonder Chi Shu fell asleep so fast. Chi Shu bent down, scooped up Little Sootball, and kissed it. He walked to the cafeteria in a daze, as if had forgotten what year it was, and promptly ran into his class president, who was eating grilled fish. Their eyes met. They both chuckled. Chi Shu ordered a bowl of noodles. "You're eating that, Little?" Inta asked. "It's fine. I eat 5 meals a day." "Wow, me too. What a coincidence." The two kindred spirits suddenly laughed. Little Sootball didn't get the joke. A cloud of anxiety enveloped the tiny panther. "By the way, have you been watching the Regional Mecha League?" "I have." "Then have you heard of a card master with the same name as you?" "Yeah. Don't we have a few in our class?" Chi Shu asked. They were joking. They didn't really change their names. Chi Shu, so you're talking about the one who makes cards for Lai Si. His name sounds like yours. It's quite a coincidence. Inta smiled at him. "You suspect me?" "I have a gut feeling it's you." "Okay, then. It's me." "I admit it," Chi Shu said, not caring. Seeing Chi Shu's casual attitude, Inta suddenly felt it was impossible. First, Chi Shu didn't meet the requirements for making high-level star cards. His spiritual power was too low. "Let's watch the live stream. We can eat and watch," Chi Shu said slowly. Had only agreed to skip class so he could watch. Inta gave him a strange look, then said, "Lai Si is only 23, and he's already in the regional league. A lot of students from our school went, but they all got eliminated." "Yeah, I think so too," Chi Shu nodded, then pointed nervously at the screen. "His opponent is Thor. I think Lai Si's blazing fire is in trouble." "Wait, is Thor using a star card?" "High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Inta for the divine assistance." Chi Shu looked at Inta. "Class President. Is that you?" Inta smiled. "How could it be? If someone can have the same name as you, It's not strange for someone to have the same name as me. Chi Shu smiled back. What a coincidence, class president. Inta's smile froze. He never thought someone would be watching the live stream right next to him, and he really never thought Thor would use his card today. Just as Blazing Fire was about to be beaten to a pulp, he suddenly used his card. High-level star card activated. Thank you to Card Master Chi Shu for the divine assistance. Thor heard it, but it was too late to dodge. There was no water at the arena, but suddenly, water came from everywhere. It pierced Thor's mecha like needles and even drew lightning down, striking Thor until it was scorched black. Blazing Fire scrambled up and gave Thor the finishing blow. Lai Si won, raising his mecha's arms in victory. But his smile quickly faded. An increasingly foul smell wafted over. He couldn't hold it in anymore and started puking, right alongside his opponent in the Thor mecha. People at the arena were cursing that the toilets had suddenly run out of water. Chi Shu. Chi Shu put down his fork. The fish fell out of Inta's mouth. The holographic livestream audience ran off to vomit, then came back and spammed the chat, accusing Chi Shu of being inhuman. Some had even put out a bounty. Chi Shu. Inta conceded defeat. I've never seen such a perverted card master. If I ever meet him, I'll definitely make friends with him. Chi Shu sighed in relief. As long as he didn't want to beat him. He was this close to being the most wanted man on the Starnet. Thank goodness Lai Si and Di Gung Si didn't know who he was. And the Card Master Association only knew his name. Little Sootball had already started brainwashing itself. Chi Shu's nature isn't bad. It must be that the star card ancestor didn't teach him properly. He was just a bad influence. Sigh. This panther has too much to worry about. After getting home from school, Lai Si sent him the data. Chi Shu realized he was really about to be hunted by the masses. The reason? The match had aired right during many people's dinner time. Over 600 million people were affected. Sigh. Money really is hard to earn, Chi Shu sighed, though in reality, the scoundrel's face was a mask of helplessness and innocence. Little Sootball couldn't even tell if he was doing it on purpose anymore. Oh whoa. Baby, you think so too, right? Chi Shu picked up the fur ball and bounced it. You've gotten heavier. Can spiritual bodies get fat? Chi Shu searched the Starnet. It said the state of the spiritual body is equivalent to the state of the master. Don't tell me the third prince is getting fat, too. Chi Shu's face was full of curiosity. Speaking of which, he should probably brush up on his knowledge. But after 30 minutes of reading, his eyes started to hurt. He kept reading, rubbing his eyes. A line of text caught his eye: the spiritual body and the master can share senses. Chi Shu grabbed Little Sootball, held it up, and looked at it from all angles, but he couldn't make out its expression. Are you the third prince? Oh whoa. I am. No. Oh, well. I knew it. How could you be the cold, ruthless third prince who can solo a Zerg king? You're so cute and gentle and sweet. So charming. The moment Chi Shu was in private, he couldn't stop cuddling the cat. Little Sootball sighed. Did he have to act cold? He couldn't. Chi Shu was too clingy. If he left for even a second, Chi Shu would get sad and need to be coaxed. So troublesome. Okay, I'll stop bothering you. Lai Si is out of cards. I'll make him one or two more. Chi Shu put the cat down and went to his study. Little Sootball didn't follow. It curled up obediently on the sofa. Upstairs, Chi Shu was now a master of card making. Within half an hour, had produced 2 more high-level star cards. Rheumatoid arthritis. Effect, duration 10 minutes. Reduces opponent's speed, turning them into a hobbling old man. Iron armor godly leg hug. Effect, duration 10 minutes. Increases weight bearing and grip strength by 4x. Viciously hugs the opponent's thigh and rips it off. Strong skills, as always. At first, Chi Shu had been mortified. Now whatever. He was already this far gone. After finishing, he was ready for bed. He opened the study door, and little Sootball was already sitting there, waiting for him. Chapter 29, and Frank can have a spiritual body. He bent down, scooped it up, and rubbed his face hard against its fur, then kissed its little nose. Baby, you seriously make my heart pound. How can you be so good? Any other kitten would have been clawing at the door. You're just a little angel. How can a guy as cold as the third prince have such an adorable, charming spiritual body? You're definitely not his bio kid, are you? Listening to Chi Shu's barrage of sweet talk, little Sootball felt like it had fallen into a honey pot. Time for bed, time for bed. Chi Shu felt incredibly happy. Holding a cat to sleep every day was so fulfilling. But little Sootball was the third prince's spiritual body, not a pet. He couldn't buy it. And they were destined to part ways. He had to cherish their time together. Meanwhile, the legal team had already mobilized. It took them 5 days just to travel to Pulan Star to investigate and gather evidence. They were all 2 rank or higher spiritual power users. You couldn't survive as a lawyer in the interstellar era without that kind of strength, you'd be disposed of just trying to find evidence. As expected, Pulan Star was just as dark as they'd thought. Winning the case was important, but crushing the Earl's house was even more so. Finding their leverage wasn't easy. The people here were extremely wary of off-world tourists. The locals spoke the common tongue with a thick Pulan Star accent, and their words were always laced with barbs, like they were looking for a fight. The lawyers had to disguise themselves as off-world delivery drivers, which immediately lowered the locals' guard. They started making small talk, pumping people for information, mostly the Earl's corporate employees. After familiarizing themselves with the area, their night activities were even more thrilling than being special agents. Chi Shu was aware of their operation. He provided clues from the original owner's memories, even giving them the password to the company's side door. Finally, he mentioned the basement. The original owner had accidentally seen it once and felt something was hidden there, had always heard thump-thump-thump sounds at night. Before ending the call, Chi Shu told them to be careful. Life came first, if they encountered any danger, they should retreat immediately. Chi Shu didn't know they'd handled far more dangerous missions. This was nothing to them. On the surface, they were lawyers, but in reality, they did all sorts of work. They were the chief secretary's most capable agents. Chi Shu was stunned to hear they were 2 rank. It meant the Star Emperor wasn't just placating him. He was serious about helping. This gave Chi Shu his first favorable impression of the imperial family. Had assumed the imperial family was a snake pit of intrigue and backstabbing. In reality, while the capital star was full of that, families tended to stick together and present a united front. Those who caused internal fractures generally met bad ends, a lesson learned over tens of thousands of years. The interstellar era, Chi Shu figured, had formed its own distinct culture. The next morning, Chi Shu got up and immediately went for a run. He came back and soaked in the tub for a while, browsing the starnet. He was about to scroll past the front page when a green crystal core caught his eye. He squinted, zooming in on the image. That thing, it looked exactly like a zombie's crystal core. Just bigger. His heart suddenly hammered. His blood felt like it was boiling. His special ability was stirring. He calmed himself, though he was still tense. That thing was a beast core, found inside star beasts. No wonder his special ability regenerated faster when he ate beast meat. He wanted to buy a couple on the starnet to try, but the price tag was 10 million star coins apiece. He was soaking in a hot bath, but he suddenly felt ice cold, as if a bucket of frigid water had been dumped over him. He mailed the new cards to Lai Si before heading to school. Li Si had now climbed to 21st place. One step closer to victory. His matches were only scheduled every other day. That afternoon, Chi Shu, cat in arms, slid into the classroom right on time. The professor still wasn't taking attendance. Inta waved him over, and he sat down. Little Sootball resettled on his lap. Inta lowered his voice. Is that your spiritual body? Chi Shu didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. Nodding was bad, but shaking his head was hard to explain. You're mistaken, he said. It's just a pet cat. Inta. You think I'm blind? Not only was it not a cat, it was a spiritual body. And a black panther. Besides, Ken and Frank even have a spiritual body. I guess it's possible, but it would be weak. It must be someone else's. The intelligent Inta didn't press the issue. Chi Shu saw his casual reaction and figured had believed him. He didn't continue the conversation. His attention span for class was short, 2 or 3 minutes was just right. Just as he thought the class would pass peacefully, bugs started crawling in through the window. The professor had used a summon life card. Chi Shu stood up, frowning. He pulled a high-powered flamethrower from his spatial button, ready to roast them. Inta jumped, startled by his movement. Don't. Those are our seniors. They're the graduate thesis for the botany seniors. Those bugs are smart. If you kill one, they'll hunt you for life. The agriscience and botany department included both animal husbandry and cultivation. The reason it wasn't just called husbandry was likely because the name wasn't elegant enough. Fine, then. Chi Shu could control zombies, a few bugs were nothing. Scram. Or he'll roast you. A wave of control-type special ability, like a ripple in the air, pulsed out. The bugs heard the terrifying human threaten to kill them and began to retreat in fear. The bugs in the classroom, also terrified, scrambled to get back out. The other students, who had been frozen and bracing for torture, saw the bugs retreat and thought, nice. We live another day. The professor was baffled. Thinking his card had failed, he demonstrated another one, a cooling card. Chi Shu managed to endure it, thanks to his clothes. Little Sootball couldn't, so Chi Shu tucked the cat inside his shirt. In the third prince's palace, the young man on the bed moved his fingers again. Chi Shu, oblivious. Just pinched Little Sootball's chubby body through his shirt. Inta was actually a bit disappointed the bugs had left. Why? Because it meant no casualties, and class was dismissed with everyone still in one piece. A few classmates came over cautiously, wanting his contact info. Chi Shu vaguely remembered they were the ones who had offered him cards before. They were very powerful. After adding them, Chi Shu had just left the building when a senior from the neighboring Ag Sci department called for help. Chi Shu wanted to play dumb, but the senior was about to graduate, and his thesis had run away. Chi Shu gave Inta a helpless look. Inta shrugged. He wasn't about to admit their professor did it. The card-making and botany professors were always messing with each other. Chi Shu said no more. He silently took the transparent insect container and used his special ability to summon the bugs. The bugs, which had huffed and puffed their way far away, were scared to death by Chi Shu's telepathic message and huffed and puffed all the way back. It was exhausting. Chapter 30, Everyone was hiding their strength. After gathering most of them, he brought them back to the overjoyed senior. The senior was so happy he almost knelt. Junior, you're a lifesaver. You really helped me out. Inta had also helped find a few of the cute little bugs. He watched the senior gratefully grab Chi Shu's wrist, and saw the panther on Chi Shu's shoulder just about to fluff up in anger. That senior is the son of the director of the Capital Star Animal Medical Research Institute. Chi Shu suddenly understood the Star Emperor's plan. He wanted him to build connections here. The other schools had elites, all rich and noble. But the Royal Mecha Academy was where the most powerful and wealthy gathered. This is for you. Fresh beast eggs and 2 cases of beast milk. Thank you so much. If you ever have questions about animals, just ask. The senior's eyes were bright. He seemed much more energetic now that his bugs were back. He really wanted to graduate. Okay, you're welcome, senior. Goodbye. Goodbye, student Chi Shu. Inta also got a share of the eggs, which he put in his spatial button. As they walked to the parking lot, Inta said, Senior Philip has been held back for 3 years straight. You really did him a huge favor. You can go to him if you need help. Chi Shu stopped. But this only happened because of our professor. As for the rest, forget it. Inta marveled, you have a strong moral compass. Chi Shu retorted, no, I really don't. If it weren't for interstellar law, he'd be building his strength to slaughter the people who hurt the original owner. Inta didn't think he was lying. He'd observed Chi Shu for a few days. When the flood hit, He'd escaped without a thought for his classmates. He wasn't a bleeding heart. He was calm, rational, and a bit cold. And yet, He'd helped the senior. He'd expected Chi Shu to refuse. This guy was an enigma. Right before getting in his car, Inta suddenly smiled. Oh, right. You probably don't know, but this school has a ton of activities. Next week, they're pulling students from every department to go to the neighboring Beast Star for the Joint Military Academy League. It lasts about 3 days. Chi Shu frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. Every year, the school drafts a portion of the low spiritual rank students to go there for training. If you're not confident, I'd recommend calling in sick. Inta smiled, got in his car, and waved as the door closed. See you tomorrow. Thanks for the warning. Goodbye. Chi Shu watched the class president who always managed to park his car right next to his drive off. He realized Inta had been getting close lately. Maybe that card Thor used really was made by him. They both suspected each other, but had no proof. Chi Shu guessed his class was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He could understand why they'd play dumb and act crazy. If your grades were too good, you'd be recruited. So everyone was hiding their strength. Back home, before he could research star beasts, Chi Shu got a call. It was the department head. He said Alisanma's father was likely coming to talk to him tomorrow. Student Chi, are you listening? Yes. I understand. Is there anything else? Also, is your guardian available? You should bring them. Little sootball, a woo. I am. Chi Shu pinched its ear and smiled. Sorry, Professor. I don't have a guardian. I can go by myself. The department head fell silent, feeling guilty. Alisanma's father was a level 1 parliamentarian. In this school with its complex web of relationships, he couldn't interfere much. They could only follow the imperial family's orders to watch Chi Shu. But if the other party played dirty, they couldn't protect this student 247. All right. Just be careful. If you're in danger, hit the alarm in the conference room. Okay. After the call, Chi Shu kneaded the kitten's paws and kissed them, not at all worried about what he'd be facing tomorrow. After getting his cat fix, Chi Shu drank a glass or 2 of the beast milk the senior had given him and had Baiji make an omelette from the beast eggs for dinner. After that, he went to his study, exhausted all his special ability making 3 more star cards, and mailed them all to Lai Si. Lai Si now worshipped Chi Shu like a god. He received 3 new high-level star cards and was already dreaming of the future. Chi Shu, WHYD you send so many cards? I might be busy next week, so I'm preparing you. Good luck with your matches. Okay, what are you doing? Can I ask? Lai Si asked, looking pitifully at the electronic masked Chi Shu on the screen. It's training. I might not be able to get online to watch your next few matches. Chi Shu said. Lai Si did the math. At most, 6 matches. If I lose, maybe 3 or 4. The cards you gave me are enough to last until you're done. Good. Then, rest well. Goodbye. Okay, Angel, goodbye. Little Sootball unhappily swatted his leg. Woo. Oh, right. If I go to the Beast Star, I'm not taking you. This is important, and I won't be able to look after you. He kissed its head. Little Sootball pushed his face away. Woo. I'm going too. No. You can't. He'll send you back to the palace, back to your master. You're his spiritual body. You should be by his side. Little Sootball. Humph. Woo. I don't care. Chi Shu held it, logging onto the StarNet. He searched, can you keep beast cores from League kills? Answer, no. All collected beast cores must be turned over to the school, to be given to the Beast Star's administrator.